Hey folks, how you doing? Cody here with IronVerse Comics, doing a casual stream, having a few, and just being live, putting down some content. Hope you folks are having a wonderful, for me, for a few other folks, it's Monday. So I hope you're having a wonderful Monday, but I also hope you're having a wonderful whatever the hell time it is, wherever the hell you are. Thank you so much for checking out the content. Give it a like, subscribe, all that good stuff, if you feel up to it. Now, didn't really have a plan for this. It's another one of the AMA streams, so mainly here if there's an audience who wants to ask me anything, but also uh, just being live. Couple thoughts of things I might want to do while we're here together, folks. But taking some time to get there. As I do a couple shout outs, uh, go over here and make that doable. Right there, right? Capture everything? Yes, it will. So, got a new, very generous patron over the weekend, basically on Easter. I want to show you folks what you can get. All kinds of stuff. It's the number one, a live concert right there. Uh, Number one place to rally around our work and make sure that it can continue moving forward, making the best of the Weird Space West. Short preview of what you can get. This is actually a Patreon exclusive post with the first 6 pages of Jack Irons issue number 3 up just for those kind folks. A lot of live streams, sometimes some vlogging stuff, sometimes interviews or things I've done otherwise, in progress stuff. Lots of cool stuff over here. $1 a month can make a huge difference. If we got far enough, the potential through this outlet compared to campaigning is crazy. Um, this could allow us to be a monthly book where campaigning cannot do that. Now, on to the campaign, however. I am exceedingly grateful, unbelievably humbled by the amount of support we got these last nearly 2 months. We're at 62%, which we kicked the shit out of halfway, which was my how things are trending. It was my big goal before it finished to see if we can get halfway, and we kicked the crap out of that. I really appreciate it, folks. There's still a hell of a chance to get this funded. 37% to go. $3,700. Oh boy. Get another 150 150 backers. It gets pretty close, but that's a tough one. I'm looking at angles. I'm looking at angles, and we'll see if any of them pan out. That's the best I can say. Make sure to check out the campaign if you haven't yet. Give it a look. If you're watching this later and the campaign's already finished, I hope we succeeded. If not, still maybe go check out and take a look at this and see where you would have done something different, so that if you try and crowdfund a campaign, maybe you learned something from our attempts. Hopefully successful attempts, but at the moment attempts. 63%. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. There's still time. Not much time. There's still time. So consider it. Consider it if you would, please. That probably covers anything I got to show there. Don't really have any new art to show you or anything neat like that. New piece of fan art, I guess I could show you. From a wonderful artist who's also whose work is also published under Wicked Publishing. So it's I'm going to say professional courtesy art more than fan art. I don't know how you define that, but let me go pull it on up. The wonderful artist from Adobe Kroger, who's also doing a little pinup kind of thingy, did a sweet sketch for today. We might as well showcase it because it's some good stuff, right? Here you go. From Leandro Paganiban. I have no idea if I pronounced that right. At Leandro NR, as you can see here. Please follow. Um, Works with Dan Sacro here, who's the writer of Adobe Kroger. It's a wonderful art team, a wonderful set of books. Please give them your support. Yeah, it's a killer piece. He did great work. I love his ink work. like crazy. Oh, great stuff. Great stuff. All right. See, I think that's probably it out of there. Some more stuff to show you later. Got some good, I guess I could, but there's not much to that. Yeah, I think I'll just mosey on down to what I was thinking of doing while we all hang out. See how far I can get and see why I stopped. Probably what it's going to end up being, but well, we'll find out together, won't we, my friends? Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Yeah, I think we'll just continue with that. If, oh, well, no, not too easy to do that. Apologies if you hear some unnecessary noises simply because we opened. There we go. There we go. No, we're good. We're good. No apologies needed. No apologies needed. Make sure. Say howdy in chat if you stop by. Not too much going on, obviously, but I appreciate the company. Let me see. Let me see what I can find here. I was originally thinking maybe I'll just no. That's a little too much for me right now. I might be too though. Times like this, I wish I had a good sized library of copyright free music. That would be stupendous. So I want something in the background, having a few and chilling out with you kind folks. Something, something to listen to would be nice. Can't continue that at the moment. Yeah. Did not come in with much of a plan. And the fruits of that choice are definitely falling from the tree into my face. No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll find something. So many things are possible. So many things. That is just some of them. Not sure how long the stream's gonna be, folks. Also, computer's running, looks like, but also some hiccups. It looks like. Mic is getting picked up. That's good. Checking that level. Chickadee checking it out. So I have Discord on it. Kind of looks like everything's running a little worse, but not sure why. Why it takes up so much bandwidth or processing power. Why it interacts with the entire computer as such, but that's a thing that happens. Any of these I can stream. Sad face. I have it go by that, please. Didn't stream well last time. That's the one. That's the go-to. Let me get that controller plugged in. And we'll go with that for a little while, because simple fills time and always enjoyable. If not stupendously action-packed. It's definitely not action-packed. But allows me to be here, to be available if folks have any questions or want to chat. That it will do. Okay, let me on. You have to launch, and then I'll have to set it to pick it up. She's okay. Okay. Ooh, a lot of other good streams on right. Check them out. Stuff. Monster should be. Oh, one. Press OK, please. And then shall minimize the. Shall minimize. No, not minimize. That over there. Yeah, sure, why not? That can happen in the background. Who knows what'll go wrong because I said yeah, sure, but why not? And here we go. Old classic here on the channel. Poker Night 2. Wonderful cast of characters. Gives me something to do, something to talk about. It allows me to be available for you kind folks. Live streams also allow comments afterwards, so if you folks feel weren't able to get a hold of me while the live stream's there, you can always try through the comments, get a hold of us on any of our social media platforms. IronVerse Comics, in one shape or another, will get back to you. Alright, don't need to click because I got some now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright. No, whatever I was doing doesn't matter now. Yeah. There you go.
As always, the tournament buy-in is $20,000.
There we go. Alright. Let's see what I can do. Give this a little while and then
Raise.
folks don't show, which is completely understandable.
I could
Might make
brazenly
it a
bluff
shorter
my way
stream.
through this hand, but since I just said that out loud, I think I'll fold instead.
Yeah, I'll just be in.
Oh, not smart. I'd buy a lot of Bowie knives. I'll raise.
Of course he raised.
I'm all in.
Of course he went all in.
A fuzz nuggets.
Hey-oh. These interruptions are brought to you by me installing something. Installing something. Don't do it while you're running a stream. Let's see.
You should know that a Williams never
it.
bluffs. Except when we do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, okay, you guys go at
Didn't
it.
expect that, did ya?
You guys have at each other. Take a... Gee. That was a... Jeez.
Yeah.
They had the same amazing hands.
Ha!
So they're splitting the pot no matter what, huh? I didn't have a 5.
Who's your daddy?
So it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, one more time. Apologies, folks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Launched, that's fine. Sure, it's perfectly acceptable. I don't need the updates. I don't know why you guys worry. You're going to split that pot. It's a full house or whatever.
Ashley has 2 pair. Rock Samson has 2 pair. We have a tie, and the pot is split.
They just got pieces of my money is what ended up happening. Shit.
I call.
I'll call.
I'll call.
So, Samson, you work for that Doc Venture egghead, right?
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but, I'm his bodyguard. Yeah.
So why isn't he at the table tonight? You know, with his massive brain and all.
I'm a little curious about that too. Although our invitation was extended to Venture Industries in general, we assumed that Dr. Venture himself would be accepting.
Well, a big part of my job is screening Doc Venture's mail for dangerous items. Anthrax, bombs, financial scams, that sort of thing.
You thought this was a scam?
Well, not really. I just know better than to let Rusty anywhere near a poker table.
What, he can't bluff?
Are you kidding? Doc lies like a rug, but he's just not so good with numbers and probability, stuff like that.
Just like Einstein.
Sure. Let's go with that.
The player takes the pot.
Damn right I took the pot. Have a chance. It wasn't a very big pot. But I am above the starting total again. Good.
Call.
Am I below it? Ah, whatever. I'm gonna take that shot, folks.
Call.
Check.
Check, please.
Well... Okay, I'll bet.
Nope.
Also, no.
I'll fold.
Ash grabs the pot.
Don't kick yourself. I would have folded too. But, you know, in a manlier way.
K2. K2.
Way to go out on a limb there, Captain Courageous.
Haven't seen a run this ugly since Dean tried out for the track team.
Fold.
Yeah, I'm in.
Is that a robot head over there?
Oh, that's our humanoid electric lab partner robot, a.k.a. Helper.
Can you repeat that?
Look, I barely got to it the first time.
Where's his body?
Oh, well, Helper got blown up by a supervillain a while back. Fortunately, his head got wedged in my chest, protecting his CPU from the force of the blast. For a while, we put the head on top of a giant robot spider we had lying around in the lab, but that kept freaking out Dean, so now Doc's trying to build him a new body.
Great day in the morning.
Ah, hell.
Nice.
Fold.
Yeah, you guys want this? I have that 9. I
I
completely
fold.
have that 9.
The player takes the pot.
Alright.
So, where was I? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you still talking? I, kind of lost track after I imagined a robot head buried in your shirtless torso. Autofold activated.
I raise.
I think I'll call.
Pretty good hand. I'll raise.
Welcome to the party, kid.
Ha. All in, baby.
Alright. Do it, Ash.
Damn.
Oh, Sam. Think of all the hamdingers we could buy with that.
Shh, I'm thinking. Fold. I'll fudge
Who's a what
nuggets.
now?
Whoa.
Ooh, nice.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. It's all on the river. Drop a queen and not a king. Drop a queen and not a king, or just drop a 9, please. That ain't a 9. Don't win with that king. Don't let him win with that king. Drop a queen or a 9. That's a 10.
Yeah.
Damn it.
The player
Do you have a
has
straight
pair
or
of
something?
10s, and Ash has a pair of 10s.
Oh, king high.
Ash wins with a king kicker.
Got it. Oh well, worth a try.
Boom.
C'est la vie.
You appear to be nodding off.
I
Let's see
do.
if moving the blinds up to 612
What was
gets
the
your
third one, I
attention.
guess. That one's good.
Jeez, what's it gonna take to knock one of you losers out?
Call!
Raise.
This is, I think, the worst hand in poker.
I fold.
Not keep the worst hand in poker.
Okay, then.
Never keep it.
I'm in.
Don't bet the rest of your life on the last hand in poker. On a 7 and a 2 offsuit.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Never do that. See? I'm telling you, never do that. See? You're looking at it right now. Why you don't
Check.
do that?
Jack-a-Rudy!
Check.
Do not bet
Check.
7 and 2. It's just not
I'm
going to work
betting.
out.
I'll fold.
Oh, you think I'd be used to sudden betrayals by now?
Just do not bet your life on 7 and a 2 offsuit. Just don't do it.
Hey!
Nice.
A good thing!
He had a
Claptrap
straight.
has a pair of 8s.
What?
And our silent
Oh.
friend has a pair of 7s. Claptrap
It was
wins.
the last
You
minute.
thought I was bluffing?
Well done.
Sucks to be you!
Well done, Clappy. Now,
The player has been eliminated.
yep,
Again.
yep.
Perhaps you should take a break.
That was the first time
Sorry
tonight.
about that. Why don't you come back again after you've learned how to keep your creepy eyebrow from twitching when you're bluffing?
Never. My creepy single eyebrow is not for you to judge, good sir. No, but seriously, I gotta figure out how I get out of this game. Because we're gonna switch games. I'm gonna switch to something a little more upbeat. Well, upbeat might not be the right. A little more different. A little more different. Let me see what I tickling my fancy bones. Right in my nethers. Fancy bones and just getting tickled. Some of these I have to save for something. Other things I do not have to save for things. Good. I do that. Tickle my fancy bones. I just gonna without fancy bone tickling. That it's just it's not happening. It is not happening, sir. No. Let's see. No, not there, not there, not there. Over here, please. You guys don't see what I'm talking about. It's okay. Okay, I promise. Promise it's okay. So that. This is what I was thinking, but I got a cat on my lap. I can't quite put a keyboard there to play. Cat. Something's there at some point, I promise. Huh. Hey, let's see if this does it. That was great. I doubt I can find a game either, but you know what? I want to try. I want to try bad. Because it's a lot of fun. It's probably not going to work, though, so get ready to have your hopes thoroughly dashed, good sirs. There, that is. That's good.
Sega.
About Sega. Definitely allow access. That's going to be necessary for what I try. Saw somebody might have actually shown up in chat. Ooh, howdy, your friendly neighborhood ninja. How are you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm about. I'm a few fingers in to some tequila. That's what I can say at the moment. Might be having a few more. Always an AMA. Got any questions, Ninja? Happy to see you, man. Thank you so much for stopping by and taking a look. There's a good chance this will not work, so bear with me. But we're gonna try anyway. That's what I want to do. And I actually beat the living hell out of this game, played the hell out of this game. On the 360 there, and sadly, the 360's online is dead. I actually found a game. That's great. Let's hope voice chat. I feel kind of. We'll see what we can do. Not sure how this will run either. This will work. Nothing in options about voice chats. Oh, there's some bad lag. There's some bad lag. We're gonna try it anyway for a little bit. Oh, a little bit. You guys seem to have this pretty well covered without me, don't they? So, favorite chapter is indeed the Space Wolves. Big Space Wolf fan. Mainly because they get to be within the rules while also breaking the rules. They're also one of the few chapters that have been willing to stand up to the Imperium of Man on the behalf of actually what's morally right, instead of just what the Imperium needs. And I'm a big Viking fan, and they use pelts and totems and all kinds of things I actually use. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the Space Wolves for damn sure. Definitely my favorite chapter. More within the Codex, though, would come the Crimson Fists. They're a close second for me. I like their whole lore. But, yep, definitely the Wolves. Wolves of Fenris. Right. Bolt of fire. There's a chapter just about for anybody for any reasons, besides the fact that you can make your own chapters too. But yeah, the Space Wolves, it's what most interested me in painting them too. When I bought miniatures and such. The Wolves by far most interested me. It was me and a buddy who went in, we really liked 40K and we wanted to try the miniature game, and so we went in both of us a couple $100 on some miniatures. He went Tyranids, I went Space Wolves. We've had quite a few games since then. That's been a bit. Yes, I've only played like 2 games at 8th edition, which I hope is still the newest edition, but man, Games Workshop got pretty scummy. They were always scummy, but they got like a little bit more scummy. Last time I was paying attention, and now I haven't been paying attention really since I got further into comics. So it's been a couple years. Money went to comics. Mainly reading material and getting stuff made. So I haven't kept up with 40K too much, but I've tried here and there. I've tried. Favorite Chaos chapter? Less into Chaos by far, but like to play, it would probably be any chapter dedicated to Khorne, so like the World Breakers or Word Bearers or God, I can't think of any others. That's always fun. I like Noise Marines just because you get some punk rock look. So any chapter dedicated to Slaanesh. Lore-wise, I like the Thousand Suns a lot. They got fucked. They got fucked hardcore. Magnus just wanted to let old Dad know something wrong, something bad's gonna happen. Just happened to do it at the wrong time and tear demons into the fucking Imperial throne room. So that didn't work out so well. And then he sent old Lehman Russ there to go break the Thousand Suns chapter. And, actually, just to bring him home, just to bring Magnus home to answer for what he did. And that was not the message Lehman Russ got, so he ended up breaking the spine of Magnus the Red. Destroying Prospero and burning it to the fucking ground, and basically forcing the Thousand Suns to the arms of chaos. Not the funnest story, poor guys. But, relevant, and then Magnus just went in full in on it. Thousand Suns. He's like, oh, I'll save my chapter, and fucking turns them into dust, inhabiting living armor instead of actual men. There's like nobody left in the chapter anymore. It's just all fucking living dust. Pretty neat. Pretty neat stuff. Pretty neat stuff. And of course, there's the Space Wolf Riders. So gotta have some fun. I guess overall, if I was like had to choose Chaos, and I'll go Black Legion just because they have everybody. Black Legion serves everybody. They're Chaos Undivided, best of all worlds. I'm going for this one. I guess not, actually. I'm going for this guy. Thank God I can play this because I'm barely paying attention. I played it so much. More! Yeah, it's a bad idea. This ain't gonna work out. Reload. Run forward. Dodge. I'm probably gonna die. There you go. It was not gonna work out so well. It's okay. I'm actually surprised I was able to get a game so far. I've tried this so many times and like I couldn't find a game. Well, that was kind of... It's not dead yet. Never gonna get Space Marine 2, but it's not dead yet. So I'm happy with it. Break it. Oh yeah. Oh god, I'm stuck. I mean, who doesn't want to follow the favorite son of the Emperor? Abaddon. Who the hell wouldn't want to follow him, right? Creepy motherfucker. Heir of Horus. I know the plot for 40K has moved forward with 8th edition. I know Gulliman actually woke up. The Smurf King fucking breathes. But I wonder if Lehman Russ ever found the World Tree. That's allegedly what he left for. He was going to go find the source of undiluted chaos energy, unperverted, and bring it back to resurrect the Emperor. But he could also probably be dead. One of those. But if Goldman wasn't dead, then fucking Russ better not be dead. I'm just saying. I'm gonna be a little pissed if they made Russ dead. I mean, the Lion shouldn't be dead either. He was just drug into stasis. The guy from the Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson. He should be alright. Not like Ferris Manus, who's actually fucking dead. Or Vulcan, who I think is also actually dead. I don't know. Again, I didn't keep up with it too much. I do know the Smurf King has a Vulcan, that's all I know. Oh, and I think Armageddon might have been lost? Is that a thing? I'm not sure. I feel like it's a thing, though. I feel like we might have actually lost the Acadian Gate at this point, too.
Releasing safeguard.
But yeah, I don't know. 40 favorite faction to play in the actual tabletop game. I really like I like the Space Wolves, how I have my chapter set up, but I'm a big orc player too. I play the shit out of orcs. Big fan of orcs. It's a great It's a great gameplay mechanics and just funny shit happens when you go orc. I like me some orcs. I'm a filthy Xenos player a good amount of the time. Started on the Imperial. Started Loyalist, but only so much Loyalist too. I mean, the Space Wolves are, yeah, we're the Emperor's executioners, but we don't follow your creed so much. The All-Father's important, but so is personal combat. It's surviving on a fucking death world. A world of ice and fire that's always breaking apart and reforming. I'd take the Lion and Russ at the same time. That'd be cool. I know one of the cooler bits about the Dark Angels is Cypher, the Marine, the arch heretic basically, but he's not a heretic. He's doing something on behalf of the fucking High Council of the Dark Angels. He's doing something with the pistol and Lion's sword. So that would be kind of cool too. I'd like to see that. That's the other chapter I play quite a bit of. It's the Dark Angels, the official rivals. I guess the rivals, not the arch enemies. You've got the Thousand Sons who are the arch enemies, and you've got the official rivals, which are the Dark Angels. And they're a fun chapter too. With their again, I like the chapters that aren't fucking limited by the Codex. So the Dark Angels, like, yeah, we kind of use the Codex. But we've got the Death Company and we've got the Raven Wing, so it's not quite the Codex. And I love me some Raven Wing. I'm a biker fan. That's if you're going for bikers, you either get the White Scars or you get the Dark Angels. And the White Scars are Mongols, so yeah, it's up to you if you want to be a great con. But yeah, I prefer my hooded Marines. In particular, actually, a successor chapter called the Guardians of the Covenant. Big fan. I like their color scheme a little bit better than the Dark Angels. And over, and I'm probably gonna die again. I don't want to die, but I'm probably gonna die again. Yeah, I didn't die. Oh yeah. Orcs have some great lore, and from a modeling perspective, I love the orcs. So I'm a huge kit basher when it comes to the models, you know, combining stuff, chopping off hands, moving heads, modifying heads. And the orcs, they give you justification for it. They're like, you know, and even for how it turns out, how it looks. Orc technology only works because they think it does. So from a modeler's perspective, this piece looks cool here, and so it works because I think it does. I love it. That's my kind of just from that perspective. I love that. It's a modeler's. I don't know. It's fun to have the lore support basic modeling habits from like an epic standpoint. Like none of their guns should really fire. A lot of their technology, besides having wheels, you know, really shouldn't work. Most of it won't work in the hands of somebody besides an orc. I don't know. It's just fun stuff. And their might make right. You know, from their perspective, somehow it's actually a very just society. And they make a good argument for it too. Because orcs prosper when stronger orcs prosper. It's a trip and a half. Sometimes you're born with a silver spoon in your mouth with more teeth. Sometimes you're not born with as many teeth. But maybe you're born with more muscle, so you just knock the teeth out of the guy next to you. And then they're your teeth. It's 40K has some fun freaking, and though it's probably the most problematic, as people would say, lore bases, it's also one of the most fun, rich, and deep. And I don't know, it's some good stuff. Honestly, I could argue for so many different factions. 40K is just such great. They really. You know, there's fans for every faction for a reason. They all are worthy of fandom. My buddy, besides the Tyranid player, and Tyranids are fucking badass. The living stomach from another fucking galaxy. Awesome. The fucking freaking microbe, main macro, a macrobe. They're fucking terrifying. Easy to get into some Tyranids. Besides the fact that they look like xenomorphs. He was a big Alien fan, that's why he went straight for the Tyranids. But the Eldar, freaking elves, space elves, their lore's great. I guess they're called the Eldari now, or Adalri. I don't know how you pronounce it. It's spelled like ether, so is it Edalri? Yeah, I don't know how the fuck. They changed the name in 8th edition, and they're no longer the Eldar. That's all I know. It pisses me off. Ooh, God. The Dark Eldar are fun. They're the hit and run quick version of the Eldar with the whole BDSM sadism thing attached. With some great, if you want Frankenstein monsters, they're the ones you want to go for. He's an Imperial Guard player too. Imperial Guard are fucking badass if you like basic military miniatures, but with some sci-fi elements that really do help. But very much military. Like if you're that Brit who was always playing with Napoleonic War figurines and stuff as a kid, yeah, the Imperial Guard really go straight into that. They feed right into that. Great toy soldiers too. Straight up Green Army Guard, great for that. Catechins, Deathcore Krieg, very cool stuff in the guards. Let's see. Don't lost to go into the lore. Tower fun. They are a nightmare to play against. They're a great faction on the table. They will gun you away from across the table. You never had a chance. And their lore is interesting. It's basically the Federation from Star Trek if the Federation was really fucked up at its core, like deeply disturbed. Everything for the greater core. It's space commies is really what they are. They're pretty fun. They really work. They've been working at it for so many years. There's so many angles and so much to offer everybody if you just take the time to look. There's probably something you'll like. You got your space nuns too. Fucking awesome feminist icons. Who the shit. And from a matriarchal standpoint, from a motherly standpoint, they really are badass. A lot of great images of what the Ordo Hospitalis alongside the Adeptus Sororitas. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to the spiritual health of a very evil, dark spirituality, but it keeps humanity together. The Adeptus Mechanicus are pretty cool too. Yeah, there's just so much cool stuff. When was the last time? Oh God, I haven't played 40k for a long time. I haven't played 40k for a long time. War Boss Master Blaster hasn't gotten any showing for a while. God, yeah, it's probably been a year.
Alarm. Level 4 containment breach.
Yeah, my main hobby has been comics. Whether buying, selling, or marketing, or the other bits to go with it, learning, reading. That's really taken my time. Gaming's the other one that I usually find time for. I just beat Wolverine Origins, for instance, on stream yesterday, I guess it was, or day before. No, yesterday. It was yesterday, but like late yesterday is when it finished. I started the Ghost Rider game for the hell of it. That was kind of fun. I might do that again. Not tonight, but sometime. I am not an asset to this team. I'm just jabbering on and running around in circles. Sometimes I kill something. But such how it goes when you've got a little too many shots in. And I'd hate to leave because this game doesn't allow fucking players to join mid-game, so they'd be stuck with 3 people till the next level. So I don't really want to do that. But we're gonna finish this. Filthy towel socialists. They're not socialists. I wish they were socialists. Socialism would be a fucking step up from what they are. They're a caste system with rigid fucking communism. Nobody gets paid for anything, and you're born into that caste, and that's what you're gonna do till you die for the greater good. Fucking Commander Farsight saw that, and he's like, wait, this sounds good when I'm next to ethereals. Why does it not sound so good when I'm not close to ethereals? And then he just spent a good amount of time away from ethereals and realized, oh fuck, they naturally brainwash us. And so he tried to start his own Tau Confederacy. That's the last I heard of that. They acknowledged Farsight because he's still their best commander against the orcs.
Xenos destroyed.
But they don't like him. They do not like him. Because he doesn't want to get anywhere near ethereals. Because he knows that they have a fucking pheromone or something that makes Tau, all 4 of the races and castes, do that. Should we make a 40k fan comic? Would I make one? The comics they've done have been pretty cool, actually. I read one that had to deal with the Black Templar, and they're a fun faction, too. And they're another one that doesn't follow the Codex. I really like the ones that don't follow the Codex. The Smurfs piss me off. But, I should have quit before this. Apologies, folks, but I'm good on this. I would. I don't know how good I would be, just because I haven't dove into the lore. Being a fan comic, doesn't have to be perfect. I've seen some cool ones. And yeah, I would. In fact, I'd have some good ideas around it too. There's a lot of cool stuff. 40k is a universe you can tell any story in. Just like I'm trying to do with IronVerse Comics. You can tell any story. And you just have to dance in their lines, which is what makes it that story, that universe, and you do it right, and it would be killer. Yeah, I would do that. I would definitely do that, given the chance and the time and the interest. And of course, an artist, because it's that's the biz. Like I can write an 8-page script real quick. I can do that in an hour. Uh, It'd be ready to go, but it would just stay a script. So that's that bit. But they are that would be cool. I like me some 40K. I do indeed. Honestly, I'd love the opportunity to do something more official. I don't remember who released their comics, but the Black Library could certainly probably uh, have a comic wing. Comics are just having such a hard time in every aspect right now. Uh, is what it is. What it is. I am appreciative. That Jack's campaign has done as well as it has. Couple more days left. See it through. I'm gonna be trying as hard as I can these last 3 or 4 days because a miracle's possible until the end. But ooh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. It's a bit of a long shot. Definitely a long shot. Well, that's okay. We had to try it, and I don't know if COVID put the nail in the coffin, but oh boy, did it not make it easy. So I'm trying to think of what I want to do next. Uh, Again, preferably something like that. I kind of felt bad because it involved other people. So my current mental state not conducive to professional is stupid. That's not the word I want. Highly tuned reflexes and gameplay. It's not what I want either, but that's what we got. Uh, oh, I gotta find something that's enjoyable. Doesn't require too much mental acuity. That would be where we're at. That's tough. Tough. It's hard to say. I guess we're gonna try this because that'll take a little bit. I appreciate that, Ninja. I have no idea. I do know I will always be improving. Um, I also uh, recently and kind of have since the beginning known, but not really lived in is every uh, every perspective on whatever I do is going to be different. And though there will be commonalities that I can learn from, some people will find those commonalities that some people found as weaknesses as strength. So I am so confused. But all I know is I hope through Jack Irons and through IronVerse Comics, I and my team, buddy, I'm lucky enough to be able to work with me. We keep getting chances to show how we're growing and what we're trying to do to improve. Uh,
Sega.
that's my hope. That's my hope. Okay, let's see. To get this to show up, you guys could hear it, and you're like, "Ooh, it's another Sega game." Well, actually, it's another THQ game, but Sega went up and like, "Ooh, corpse," and bought the shit out of THQ, and then THQ's like, "Oh, we'll just save Nordic, and we'll keep making Darksider games." I guess. uh, that's not a bad choice. I like my Darksider games. I haven't beaten them yet. Got pretty far in the first Darksiders. It's a Four Horsemen series. I'm all over that. Damn it. But we're going to play a modded version of the game Company of Heroes. Probably going to play as the Ruskies, because that's the only reason to play the modded version. You get to play the Ruskies. And we'll see what we can do. I was stuck last time. I was stuck in a stalemate where all I could do is send artillery strikes and hope the AI helped me. So we're going to avoid that if possible. By picking a different map, maybe. Cause that one, oh boy, wasn't getting my ass kicked, but we got stuck. We were just completely stuck. Hard. So hard. And then you guys get 2 hards. Get the extra faction, which is that one. That one. Yeah, well, Brits never fought, but the Soviets didn't fight together. Okay. Not victory point control. We want annihilate, no pop cap. Make this real crazy. We'll just have the fixed starting locations. Makes it standard resources. Here we go, folks. Vernichtungslager. Let's take out some Nazis. That's a celebrated pastime these days, even though the definition of Nazi is looser than you. Oh, you know what I'm going to do, folks? Apologies. I will be right back. I'm going to go get another shot. Of course, the music stops when that stops loading. But hope you folks didn't mind too much. Puppy Dogger outside also needed to go in, so did a couple things. So I've got a shot. I'm gonna wait to take the shot till something either celebratory or deserving of forgetting happens. Thought you usually start off with a. That's not on this map. Yeah, you Ruskies. Who sometimes sound like Americans because of your modded faction. What? I guess that's the one. This time we're playing the filthy commies. We were talking about them, but now we're playing them. Get to work for free. That's right. For the Red Army. Got that right. Why does this map look all fucked up and it's hard to see? Could just be me, folks. Could very well just be me. Probably is just me. It looks like we're all pulled in. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Weird. Yeah, I know. Okay. Well, this is where we want to go. Armory. Oh. Don't give me that. Alright, boys. See what we can do. Now, only 2 of them should have rifles. Just saying. Particularly towards the end of the war. There was just not enough guns for the Ruskies to go around. Oh, looks like they're already going to have that captured. Alright, boys. Alright, well, if they already have that captured, then the next goal is over. Okay. I just need you boys, period, even if they're the ones to capture it. That's one way across. Where's the other way? This bridge. Okay, we need to hold those 2 bridges. Oh, and a railway. Fucking A. Okay. Okay. Few angles around. Alright. Yeah, well, you're our backup plan there. Alright, I'll capture that. It doesn't matter to me. Building the sniper. We need one of those. You guys build the armory. Did I? Oh yeah, you couldn't. Don't tell me what you can't do, just tell me that you can do it. Ay. Yeah, go for it, boys. We're gonna play a little bit defensively. You boys. That means. Oh, you can't do anything. Is there another set of bridges or no? Oh, there we go. There's the Nazis. The sweet little single-person little tank cruiser, tanker cycle. Russians and Americans. Blah, 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 blah. Good job. Blah, 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 blah. You in there? Alright, cool. Alright, you. Looks like this is where shit's gonna hit the fan. You boy. Shoot you in there. Alright, you. Where's that church? Yeah. In there. Conscripts.
Подтверждаю.
Come on, Americans. The Yankees. Come on. Drop the bomb on him. You guys don't have grease bombs yet? Really? That's Not enough for anything. Get in the church yet? No, these guys are still moving.
Инженеры, становись! Захватить объект!
Over there, help fire support. There's sniper. There's my sniper. Alright. That's good. That's good. That's bad. That's not good. That's the opposite.
Инженеры, по коням! Производим сварку. Нам нужно построить противотанковые линии.
Внутрь! Вот окна!
Yeah, they were gonna go in there, but that's not gonna happen now. Yeah, we'll capture it again here in a second. Just gotta wait for that thing to die or go away.
Вас понял.
Those my conscripts. That was the first wave. Alright, boys. For the motherland. Alright, thank you, machine gunners, too.
Вижу цель! Вперед! Инженеры, слушаю.
Oh, don't have that.
Мы попали под шквальный огонь противника. Вас понял.
Get my sniper up in the church. Yes, I did. That should help. You guys just getting shot at by that? That's not a useful use of your time.
Отряд докладывает. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе фрицев.
Oh, you guys aren't catching.
Отряд выдвигается. Скоро
Love it.
захватим цель. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе фрицев.
Ребята на нас надеются.
Blah-blah-blah-blah-blah-blah.
Закончить строительство.
This is where the fight is at. Oh, that's why.
Подтверждаю.
They have armor over here. Oh, these guys got it. Let's get out of there, boys. Not worth it.
Готовы заняться делом?
Yeah, you head out back
Отступаем.
too.
И что у нас по плану? Молотки и гвозди, дамы, молотки и гвозди.
Улучшения готовы. Ждем приказов. Батальон приказывает покинуть район. Шагом марш. Провожу модернизацию. Готовы заняться делом.
Инженеры попали под обстрел.
Oh, okay. That's bound to happen. More stuff on there.
Инженеры убиты. Эй, по нам стреляют.
One of these, please. There you go.
Это инженерные войска.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
We did this armory for a very long time. We don't actually need them.
За дело, ребята! Готов к выходу!
Both maximum capacity,
Провожу
rest
модернизацию.
of those, and go meet over here.
Инженерное подразделение потеряно.
Отряд готов! Капрал Эллиот, ты поведешь!
Should have a pretty good amount of.
Всем слушать! Выходим на марш-бросок! Похоже, нам предстоит долгий путь.
So let's push through with numbers till the armory is made. Rally over here. This is the rallying point for the army. Now this guy's taking some time to get over there. They'll get there. Looks like slowly but surely we're pushing them. Oh, anti-tank weapon showed up, that's why. That would do it.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Пулеметный расчет слушает.
Выхожу. Я готов.
Alright, let's get you somewhere useful. Fighting there. Get your ass in there. So, 3 infantry
Парни готовы
squads
разобраться с фрицами!
around the flank. Let's go, boys. See what we can. And we're going right there.
Я под огнем! Снайпер под огнем!
Oh shit. Oh, it's not a biggie though.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
One, just lose them.
Захватить участок! Живо!
Boys.
Отряд, нападай! Подвигаемся под прикрытием прямо к цели. Держать позицию после захвата.
Oh, I lost a whole squad? Okay, they're just up
Отряд
here.
готов.
The hell?
Пушки на макушке. К выходу готовы. Всем слушать. Выходим на марш-бросок.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Куда прикажете?
Alright,
Отряд докладывает.
cross the bridge of death.
Захватить участок! Живо!
Oh, I guess we don't need the bridge of death.
Вражеское
Over
подразделение
here.
уничтожено.
Осторожно, парни.
Oh,
Мы
no,
в
they've
городе
got it.
фрицев. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе фрицев. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе фрицев.
Sorry guys, I'm very confused. Oh yes, engage these
Атакуй цель!
pricks.
Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе фрицев. Отряд, нападай!
понял.
Хочу быть принят. Пригнитесь и в атаку! Ближний бой! Лови клятых фрицев!
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Шевелись задницей!
Doing good, guys. Doing good. In fact, so good. I want to go over there.
Капитан хочет, чтобы мы подошли к приказы втроем. Шагом марш!
Trust me, there's a good reason. I don't know what all this is, but I want all of it.
Инженеры готовы.
$250. We're just waiting for $250. $250.
В штабе срочно требует построить
Alright.
центр средств
К выходу готовы!
Here we go. Join that assault. There's a tank part of it. You guys can do some good jobs with those tanks.
Осторожно, парни! Мы в городе фрицев! Осторожно, парни! Мы в городе фрицев!
Nice, they got it.
Осторожно, парни! Мы в городе
Вражеское
фрицев!
подразделение уничтожено.
Yeah, that's a full-on assault right here. Alright.
Захватите участок живо! Держать позицию после
Yeah, I
захвата!
got paratroopers now too. Nice.
У нас есть сотня снайпера!
Подтверждаю.
Работает снайпер в укрытии!
Eh,
Мы потеряли.
oh, he's dead.
Они
I was gonna have him run.
Ближний бой! Лови клятых фрицев!
подтверждаю.
Очистить позицию!
Okay, boys, where are you? We're up by
Вражеское
where, like, the
подразделение
bridge
уничтожено.
was.
Все на передовую!
Никол, Уильямс, тащите оружие и патроны. Вперед!
Работает снайпер в укрытии! Захватите участок живо! И в атаку! Ближний бой! Лови клятых
Oh, you
фрицев!
guys are pissed.
Докладываю о боевых потерях.
Oh boy, that was pure paste. Alright. Yes. Yes, please.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Я ветеран! Да, сэр.
Sure.
Снайпер атакует танк! Пусть ремонт! Миномет к бою готов!
Вас понял. Наши войска несут потери.
Сэр, к бою готовы!
Переходите на новую позицию и готовьтесь открыть огонь!
Well, let's see. kind of had this one in the bag, but I'm not helping much.
Парни готовы разобраться с фрицами.
Инженеры слушают. Свод готов выполнить приказ.
Отряд докладывает.
No, there's these guys.
За мной. Прорываемся через вражеский район.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
What are you guys up to right there, just kind of bunched up?
Стрелки готовы.
Some fighting.
Отряд докладывает. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев. Шевелись, задницы! Открывай, мы заходим!
Did he go in the building? He got in the building. That's hilarious.
Наших подразделений было...
He should not have made it into that building.
Отряд докладывает. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев.
More about these for the war effort, please.
Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Куда прикажете? Держать позицию после захвата.
Yeah, Company of Heroes. It's an older one. But it's a goodie.
Всем слушать. Выходим на ваш бросок. Прикрытием прямо к
It's a
цели.
good.
Кажется, мы собираемся... Переходите на новую позицию и готовьтесь открыть огонь.
It's a good.
Складывайте минометы и переходите на более удобную позицию.
I think I'll try and finish this match since we're doing all right. Nazis keep pushing back, which pisses me off a little bit. But
Захватить участок живо! Не больше меня!
Вражеское
Я
подразделение
подохватить
уничтожено.
участок живо! Отряд, нападай!
Подтверждаю.
yeah, playing as some Ruskies.
Один из
Мы
наших
можем
снайперов
гордиться
пал на
собой.
поле боя.
Складывайте минометы и переходите на более удобную позицию. Противотанковое орудие ждет дальнейших указаний. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев.
Let's see. There you are.
57-миллиметровое орудие ждет приказа.
Вражеское подразделение.
Why are the tanks backing up? Why are you backing off?
Складывайте минометы и переходите на более удобную позицию.
Not the time to back off.
К выходу готовы. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев.
More idle infantry. No, just him. Alright.
Слушаем. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев. Не лондонский тауэр, конечно,
Better
но
cover.
сойдет.
Вас понял. Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Any reinforcements on the way? No. You guys are pretty fucked. But hold down the fort. Be just fine. Just hold down the fort. Nothing wrong could ever happen.
Сэр, люди построились. Складывайте минометы и переходите на более удобную позицию. Парни готовы разобраться с фрицами. Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев.
That's a couple tanks. It's not the best thing to have to fight. You guys can capture that point. Oh, so close. That was damn close. Yes, I played the crap out of the Dawn of War game. Same folks made this. This was the game after the original Dawn of Wars. That was my favorite game for fucking years. The Dawn of War, then Dawn of War Winter Assault, then Dawn of War Dark Crusade, and then Soulstorm was alright. The flying didn't really add anything as much as make things a little bit more difficult. Yeah, I love those games. I have a modded one at the moment. I don't speak Russian. That's alright. It's alright. These Russians don't often speak Russian. No, they do, but sometimes they will speak American just because it's a modded faction. Alright, boys. We should have won this already. I'm not a very good player at the moment, and it doesn't look like my AI assistants are doing much either. Because I gotta actually join into the big boy game, and I didn't want to. I just wanted to make my little defenses.
Осторожно, парни. Мы в городе Фрицев. Так, видим. Провожу модернизацию.
Unit sniped.
Вражеское подразделение уничтожено.
Oh, I can see that.
Орудийный расчет.
Not going very well for you guys.
Готов к выходу.
Are you really backing up the tanks now?
Улучшения готовы.
Now is not the time to reverse the tanks. Now is time to storm with the tanks.
Готов к выходу.
Shove it right in their face.
Переходите на новую позицию. Приготовьтесь открыть огонь.
Requires light or blah blah blah. I want heavy. Let's get some big angry tanks.
Противотанковое отделение к Бальзамала. Выдвигаемся на позицию для стрельбы.
Get in there, boys. You know what we're gonna do, actually? You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. I will come back to this. You got me thinking. Got me thinking there, Ninja. You did. So I'll go do that instead. This looks like it's gonna take a while because my AI partners are not doing their job. So instead, I'll show you something else. Really pushing at that. Basically, what I would do from then on is just try and save money for tanks. Get a big tank army, and then I try and steamroll. And so that's all you're missing by me doing what I'm about to do. So not a biggie. I guess there's a fourth that I'm gonna take right before a fourth shot. Before I start a match over on this thing. What's confusing me is I don't know if I launched it or not. Come on, Control-Delete, buddy. Betty. Show me my task manager. That's what I need right now. See if you launched Soulstorm and it's just taking a minute. That's what it is. Alrighty. Then I need to go to game capture. Switch it to Soulstorm. Oh, there's two Soulstorms. I'm unsure which one. I guess that one, I would hope. Yeah, that's my bit confused. Yeah, you see the you folks are seeing what I'm seeing. It's not doing what it's supposed to. It is, but I'm not helping. That's what it is, folks. I'm not helping right now. I'm making things more complicated. Oh, do I just have display open then? So did I turn on display capture by accident? I don't want that. No, doesn't matter. I'm gonna end you. Yeah, I'm ending you. Okay, fine. Then I'll. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take more drastic measures. It would not want me to do that. All right. Well, it's not right at all, but should be fixable with a relaunch or two. But yeah, it's not right at all. That one then probably. Click on this guy again. Come on now. Don't do that again. I wanted to show something. Not letting me do. Just letting me do what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Yeah. Guess it's gonna take a second, folks. Apologies. Apologies. It looks like I'm gonna have to do a couple weird things for it to work. So we'll get it to work. Because I know I can. I just gotta wait for it to load on up first, I guess. It's still loading, I promise. I promise, it's loading. It's working. It's loading. You'll hear it. You'll hear it when it loads. Oh, well, now you can see it for some reason, which is great. I'm happy you guys can see it. That's good. Oh, but is that right? Uh-oh. Oh, you know what? I might be discovering that I broke my mods by installing the original Dawn of War again. I really hope not. It was a pain in the ass to mod this game. Not like an easily moddable game. It's a hassle and a half. They made it easier. I think somebody made a mod launcher and installer, which, oh, man, it makes it easier. But back when I did this, that was not a thing. Yeah, I don't care. Well, that's there, and that looks right. The main thing I need to fix is this. I just can't really see. I think it's that. No. Up one more. That's the one. Yes. Restart. Or whatever you need to do. And then last time I streamed this, before I could beat a match, it totally froze up and then died or whatever. It closed on itself, something like that. So I'm not guaranteeing this will be a very fruitful stream, but maybe. Oh, why is my mouse cursor limited to... Did you see this? It's limited to the box. You folks are seeing it weird too. All things are being very odd right now. There it goes. Alright. But from what I can tell, it's frozen for you guys. That is not right. What I want. Okay. Turn it off and turn it back on. That'll probably do it. Here's hoping. Here's hoping it catches up, folks. You might not see anything right now, but you hopefully will in a second. Hopefully. If not, it's alright. This isn't a biggie. Would have been cool, though. I did want to show you some neat stuff that's possible on this older game. But it might not be letting me. Clicked on skirmish and now it's all frozen. And you guys aren't getting any visuals, which that's what's really bugging me. Why wouldn't you get any visuals? Off, on, Dawn of War Soulstorm, yes, okay. Reopen Soulstorm, boom, and you guys should be getting visuals. So, fine, we'll use the cheaters method then. If you guys are just gonna be that way, I'll use the cheaters method. Cheaters method does not work. You're seeing my desktop, but not the game. That's not right either. Very odd, because you guys were seeing it. You know that it can work. That's disappointing. More so than I really want to mention. Mods are still working though, which is good because there's all these maps. 9 factions? That's a thing that is even possible in this? Huh. All kinds of cool maps I've never played. Very disappointing I can't show you guys. I don't know why either. Maybe if I exit and reopen. It's the last thing I'm gonna try, and then we're officially giving up because I could, yeah, I might as well be live streaming Minesweeper, as you said. Minesweeper is the shit. No, I'm terrible at Minesweeper. I don't even know if I know how to play Minesweeper. I'm so bad at it. Now, it's very odd that I got it to show up for a second. That it won't now. Still not. Even with the restart. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I'm not going to jinx it anymore. I see it. It's showing up. I'll leave it be now. I'm just going to pretend everything's working. Go live? No, thank you. I don't need that either. Going over to skirmish, which will take a second or two. That's fine. It's working. That's all I care about. Could be fun. All kinds of custom maps. A lot of those 3-on-2s. 3-on-2 though. Take a 3-on-3. I'm okay with that. God, give me a decent map. Ooh, Transylvania. Sure. That. Oh, I think I want that specifically. Oop. Yeah, let's purge some orcs, because that's... Nah. This is... What was it, Transylvania? Let's purge some fucking demons. Renegade Guard and Marines. But not just any Marines. Can't do that. No, sir. Alright. Team 5. Okay. Dark Angels. That's fine. Ragnar's fine. Demon's Chaos Undivided. Sure. And Thousand Suns. Game options. We're good there. Alright, we're gonna see if this works. The Wolves. And actually the Space Wolves. Which was cool. Somebody took the time to mod the chapter in. So you get Blood Claws. So a 15-man squad of guys with chainswords. Little things that make it a little bit more fun. The Dark Angels are a little bit custom in this too, and this Witch Hunters is custom. This was before they added the Adeptus Sororitas in Soulstorm. There was a guy who made a really bitchin' version of the Adeptus Sororitas with a little bit of Adeptus Arbites too, actually, which is a trip. The Judge Dreads of 40k. But yeah, we'll see if this works. Sometimes maps will glitch out right at the beginning, so all this load time could be for nothing. But I can guarantee this shot right here is not. I guess it's a double. Yeah, you know when I say shots, usually they're doubles because I don't do shot glasses. I do big old glasses that I pour a good amount of alcohol into, and this is definitely a double. So I'm gonna go in on that, and you folks wish me luck. It does take its time to load, doesn't it? That it does. Oh, yeah, not too bad, but. Oof. Do. It'll do a big jump here in a second, I think. I hope. I hope. Ooh, that one's starting to get to the brain. All right. There it goes. It's moving. It's moving. Then after this stream, I am hungry. Gonna be tasty. Folks will be jealous. Gonna be an interesting couple days while I scramble. There's a miracle out there. I'm gonna make it happen. Jack number 3. 38% to go. $3,800 I have to find a way to rustle up in what will be 4 days as of now. It's happened, I'm sure. It's possible, I'm also sure. Am I gonna find the way though? I don't know. That's the one. But working at it, folks, working at it. Streaming's part of it, putting down some content. But honestly, the main thing I need is some huge signal boost, and signal boosts have actually been a little bit skimpier this time around. than last campaign. But then again, man, we've almost made 10 times what I made with Cactus Coyote on this, so and we needed close to the same amount of funds. So I don't feel too bad. It's all learning experience. No worries. You're from the generation that spent a lot of time on loading screens. Yeah, same here. Same here. I'm fine with loading screens. I mean, I played the shit out of Oblivion, and that's like 65% loading screen. Before that, Morrowind too, and that was about 55% loading screen. Here we are, folks, and if it doesn't freeze right away and break, then we should have a game here for a few. I've never played on this map before. I have no clue what's going on. Here are my Dark Angel brothers and my Adeptus Sororitas and Arbites brothers and sisters. But they're super high-def textured buildings and shit that don't quite fit into this game. Because the guy put too much work into it and made a badass chapter. Or a badass custom faction. That's the word I was looking for. Faction. You go get 'em, Space Judge Dreads. Okay. Come on. Oh, did I build an armory? Damn it. Meant to build a chapel.
Yes, most magnificent one.
That was my bad. It's not called a chapel. What's it called? A wolf den? Wolf lair? Okay, whatever. The wolf bite.
I command in the name of the Emperor. Walk softly and carry a big gun.
Should be more, I don't know, Swedish.
I shall not
Walk
fail.
softly, and I shall cut your head off. I don't know how you sound Swedish. That was my PewDiePie sound when he's trying to sound Swedish, and not actually just be himself, which sounds Swedish. That's what I sounded like.
Marine squad deployed.
Not very good. Get you some blood.
Awaiting orders. He who stands with me shall be my brother.
Did you guys get that? Or you guys? I don't know. I can't see what the. But if you guys are getting my Discord messages up in the upper left-hand corner, like I just got, apologies.
Yes, most
That is
beneficent
not
one.
intentional.
I will do as you ask.
Scouts would be nice, but then I want some Grey
Area
Hunters.
secured.
Grey Hunters are the
This
shit.
day shall be a glorious
They're
one.
my
for the
tactical
Imperial.
Marines.
Scouts reporting for duty.
Alright,
Scouts
boys.
awaiting orders.
Get you a full squad, and then let's get your asses into the fray here.
Strategic point identified.
Oh god,
Strategic
they're only
point
at
identified.
corners and shit. Oh,
At your
this is gonna be a
command.
rough fight. Oh boy.
Marine squad
At your
deployed.
command.
Awaiting orders. Heretics.
Ooh, where are they here? Already?
For the glory of the Imperium.
Oh shit.
At your command.
Mission secured.
Sorcerer Lord.
Infiltrating enemy territory. Yes, my lord. We will take them down from here.
Alright, boys.
Heresy grows.
Shit just got real way quicker than I expected. Go straight for the thousand son bastards.
I await your instructions.
Oh, come on. We don't have enough? Damn it. Ugh, demons. Demons. Oh, I already killed my scouts. Oh, and they're sending Marines too. Oh boy. Are they running? Okay, fall back. We pushed them back. Don't fucking waste your time. Don't get yourselves killed. Alright. We can take Marines. That's a whole different story. Or not Marines. Militia. Dark Angel's doing?
While the enemies of the Emperor still
There's the
progress, there can
Arbites.
be no peace.
This is a hell of a map. It's like really close quarters.
We stand ready. What would you have?
Come on, boys. Let's do Blood Claws. Blood Claws, yes. I want you guys since you're melee.
While the enemies of the Emperor still progress, there can be no peace.
Rip into him with that Wolf Lord. This is ours.
Today the enemy.
Alright. Fucking A. This is not. Already started off rough. What are the sisters doing? We may die, but the law never will. We may die, but the law never will. Here you go, Adeptus. Alright, Space Nuns. Okay. They're pushing them back. The Angel's doing. Not much. Oh, I didn't like hearing that. Oh, what the hell? There goes my Wolf Lord. That was a waste. They totally just charged into battle like crazy motherfuckers. God damn it. Halo is a bit of a 40k ripoff. It really is. Just a bit. With less imagination, too. It's very American. Super military instead of 40k, which has a lot of military, but has a lot of spirituality in it, too. Sadly, Americans won't take to the spirituality very often. Pretty uptight. Yeah, you boys just hold right there. Got reinforcements going. Slay some demons, some fucking sneeching screamers. You got it, boys. That's why you're great hunters. Come on, guys, you got it. You got it, come on. Yeah. Here's your backup with some more fucking Emperor's cleansing fire.
The enemy is attacking.
Oh boy, not that. Skyclaw, Blood Claws. I don't have Long Fangs yet, son of a bitch. Oh, I need to save up so I can get Long Fangs.
We stand ready.
The hell?
Charge! Returning to battle.
Just right there. Hold there, boys. Hold there. Get yourselves killed. Oh wow, they brought guys to come help me build. Well, thank you, but oh, come on. Do we have a pool of resources around line? Oh boy. Chaos may win this one. It's a tough one already. Oh, there was a dead canoness. Oh, poor girl. Was this the Sorcerer Lord or no more screamers? God damn it.
Fear denies strength. We are the Emperor's chosen.
Never save up enough money to get shit done if you guys keep doing that.
Here to serve.
Regrouping.
Oh yeah, you can't build on there, can you? Ah. Oh. Oh.
Under fire. What's your order? Initiating attack.
Don't let that fucker live.
Awaiting orders.
He's dumb enough to come to this side. You fucking turn him into paste, please. Dark Angels want a bit. Yeah. Fucking Thousand Sun, son of a bitch.
Direct us to the enemy.
Yeah, we got to push forward. It was too close. Ay, but they're almost dead. Do I have money? Okay,
yes,
finally. I have money. Build this right here. My boys have to push forward on that. Oh, fuck. Yep, we're still going to have to push forward on that. Just a waste of money, though, which sucks. Guess I'll have to put it there. You guys take that? Is that doable, or is it just gonna murder you? Yeah, it's just gonna murder you. Go, 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 go. Oh, fucking A, that's not good. They killed my builder too? Oh no. Oh no.
Taking damage.
I await
No,
your
they didn't kill my builder yet.
instructions.
They're trying.
I will do as you ask.
Build, you robotic slave. Don't die, build. He died instead of build. He did not build enough. He's a bad robotic slave. Dollar coins wanted in? Well, shit.
Marine squad deployed.
What is your...
I'm gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix this. Dollar coins, if you still want to join me, I am not in that channel, but I will be. I'm gonna go ahead and put myself in that channel on Discord right now. You're welcome to join if you'd like, brother. As long as things don't fall apart on me. Right now, Discord is running like shit, but I should be in the channel now. It's authenticating. It's connecting. I'm connected. All right, no, so we should be good. So I'm in there. If you want to try again, Dollar Coins, you're welcome. That was my bad. I was not in there. I had it open for that very reason, though. So please come say hi if you'd like. I'm just hanging out this Monday evening, playing some 40K. I do need the flamers. I do need more flamers. I've been getting some flamers. Getting some flamers. You guys hold up over here. Your goal is to defend this guy while he finishes that turret. Oh, fucking A. What's going on over here? Holding. Yo, how's it going? How's it going?
Drinking again.
All the time, forever? No. Yeah, tonight for sure. A little bit on Easter too, a little bit of celebration. I watched Bloodshot with my dad. Had a couple. So I'm just finishing the whole thing here. And just making some content. Pooch is doing good. She's been doing good. We need to get more exercise, get out into the mountains again, but it's just been harder lately. But that's what she needs. Exactly. If anybody's gonna catch Bigfoot, it's Alita. We know this.
Well, what game are you playing?
I am playing 40K, Dawn of War, Soulstorm, with some modifications, modded chapters, and factions, I guess, is what it would be. Fighting some Chaos Demons, and they are definitely winning at the moment.
No.
Yeah, I know, it's not good. But they done killed everything I try to put out. It looks like. Yeah, dead again. I'm trying. I got Space Nuns on my side, so you'd think eventually I'm gonna win just because of that. Space Nuns.
Are they hot looking?
Oh yeah, they are. Well, yeah, actually, I would say so. Let me see. There's the Adeptus Arbites. Let's see if they actually have spawned any nuns. There's a Canoness. Let me see right here. There's a Canoness.
But they're mechs.
Well, they're in armor. That's for damn sure. But often sexy armor. That's a lot of demons that they're dealing with. Looks like the Space Nuns are dealing with the demons more than I am, which is good.
Everybody's fighting them.
Yes, my
lord. Yeah, no question, man.
I was talking to Robert earlier, and he was playing Doom.
Ah, there you go.
Awaiting orders.
That is another one with that.
And I was playing Final Fantasy VII today. I was fighting a lot of
with all due haste,
like ghost things.
Yeah. Is the remake enjoyable if different?
It is extremely campy.
Yeah. Well, I kind of expect that from Square at this point. They think they're the shit, so they're gonna take everything super serious to the point it's not serious at all.
There's a dude on a motorcycle and he's like flipping the bike all nuts like it's...
Oh, I saw that, and like he wants to fuck it.
Yeah.
If I heard right, he's like into the motorcycle a little too much.
It looks like some Kingdom Hearts like BS stuff, man.
Oh, that's funny. Oh boy.
I shall obey.
It has its moments.
That's good.
It's funny. I was complaining about it to somebody else earlier, and then right when we finished, like, a really campy, good moment.
So good. As long as there's some artistry still in it, then they're doing their job.
It's like Resident Evil 3.
Yeah.
It's kind of way far from the original story.
Yeah. So it's a legit remake, or I guess it's a reboot more than a remake at that point, isn't it? But yeah. There you go. Yeah. That's a lot of pissed off demons. Okay, let's see. Yo, boy, that's not good. Get back, boy. Oh man, that's. I have all the money too.
Why have you forsaken me?
I'm just not doing my job. I'm just not playing well. That's the problem.
Been on the street for a while.
Have I? Yeah, I played Space Marine first, which was also 40K, and then a little bit of Company of Heroes, which was interesting. It would have taken about as long. Company of Heroes, I got to a point where it was kind of back and forth with the Nazis. And,
what's the appeal of 40K?
Oh,
the novels, or
there's a lot. It's the miniatures that started it, and it was a mix. It was a mix of the miniatures and the lore. Whatever form they did. They did magazines at first, I believe. Yeah, it was a tabletop game first, and came with a whole bunch of lore and in magazines. And I think then they also started novels at that point. And then the lore's just gotten crazy, and the designs, the artistry behind it too is just epic. It's really, really well done, and I think that's what's kept it alive. No matter how hard the company, Games Workshop, has tried to kill it by turning it into things it's not. It's really hard for them to break the good that came before with this, because basically if they were to, what they tried to do, there was Warhammer, started Warhammer Fantasy is what most people know it as, if you do both 40K or other, it's Warhammer Fantasy. That was the first, and that they turned into Age of Sigmar, they called it, which basically they blew up the universe and rebuilt it, because they can't copyright dwarves, they can't copyright elves, they can't copyright the kingdom, or whatever the fuck they were trying to do with people. So they ended up rebooting the entire universe so that they weren't called dwarves anymore, they weren't called elves anymore, so that they could copyright it. And while they took that excuse to turn it into more of a party game, which makes no fucking sense for a tabletop RPG.
Copyright elves?
I know, right? Isn't that crazy? Or dwarves? It's like they took. It's almost like Warhammer was based off of Tolkienian universe, and it's almost like they actually got the Tolkien license to produce 40K Lord of the Rings miniatures too. It's so weird. They really they had there was no reason. They just got greedy, and they weren't making very much money, but their IP had a lot of traction. So they were trying to find how to make more money with an IP with a lot of traction that they couldn't make money out of. And they turned it into something more publicly consumable or whatever, and
did the Tolkien
didn't work.
The Tolkien author?
I don't know if he did. He's old enough to have met him. I don't know if Sauron did or not.
Nah.
He
never.
Or Salamon. What was it? Sauron. Excuse me. Whatever it was.
No, it was World War One.
Yeah.
Not World War II.
I think so. I think he's
Tolkien talked about all his friends, his writer friends. They went to go to fight in the trenches.
Oh shit! The Adeptus Sororitas already lost. Sorry, but yeah, I'm about to lose this match. It's not good. My buddies just got their asses kicked. The Dark Angels get destroyed. A bunch of corrupted militiamen who have sold their souls to demons are about to just destroy the Emperor's grace on this planet. It's too bad. It's too bad.
Cody.
Yeah.
Fight to your last breath.
That's what's gonna happen. It looks like the Dark Angels sent a Dreadnought back here to help me, which would be a veteran of, fucking, a couple hundred wars. Somebody who's a couple hundred years old and then was entombed into a sarcophagus, put into a immortal body so that he could fight forever.
Shuffle the deck and roll the dice, Cody.
That'd be good. Oh, they're trying to build They're trying to build a barracks back here too. No, man, we lost. We lost. We're getting our asses kicked. sheer force of numbers it looked like won this one. Bunch of las cannons, that's not good. Blow holes in adamantium. And yes, 40K also has adamantium, which I thought was kind of cool. Yeah, they build with adamantium and ceramics. That's how they build their armor. No, they don't. It's straight up the same adamantium. It's spelled the same and everything. Fucking love it. I guess 40K is from the early 80s, so it's probably about the same time Wolverine was showing up, which is kind of funny. Oh, a bunch of screamers. Yeah, we got our asses kicked by the fucking evil space sorcerers and their army. Yeah. In this case, at least, they're all tools. I don't know if that makes me feel any better. They're all just sand in armor at this point. They sold their souls to, they thought they would get salvation, and instead, they sold their souls to Sneech, one of the chaos gods, Sneech. And he wanted to, Sneech was cursing the chapter with mutation, and so to cure the mutation, they cast a spell, and what the spell did is kill everybody, and then basically turn them into Alphonse Elric.
So,
basically.
What you're saying is they're the white legs from Honest Heart.
Since I don't know what any of that is, I'm just gonna say yes and trust you. Oh my God! It's been forever since I did that. I guess so. Yeah, I got my ass kicked. Goddamn. Yeah. They're in the Grand Canyon. And I've only played that set of missions once. And what did I do? I guess I went with Joseph and his. I tried to get his people out of the canyon, is what I ended up doing.
Without fighting them?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, I just tried to get them out of the canyon to try and save as many people as possible, or whatever. And then you still are ambushed, and you still have to fight the other tribe, those white legs that you're talking about. But
Yao Guy, remember the Yao Guy?
I do. They were gnarlier bears, right?
Yeah, you had to. But there was like a rite of passage where you have to hunt one in the DLC.
Oh.
To get, and you get the glove, like the paw, to fight with.
Yeah, no, I don't remember that too well.
There's a part where you get like high on drink.
I do remember that. No, you end up taking that some mission, and you have to kill a special Yao Guai or something, right?
Yeah. And
get his claws and bring him back to the chief, or his teeth or something. Some part of him. Probably just the meat, but I don't fucking remember. It's been a while. It has definitely been a while. But now,
New Vegas, the worst part.
It's the best of the fucking first-person Fallouts, no question. They're really pushing this new re-release of 76, the Wastelanders edition or whatever. They're really pushing it on Steam, and they're trying to make it look like a normal Fallout now. And I think it's just too late. It's just too late, guys. It's just too late. Even if it is a normal Fallout with the NPCs and everything, it's just too late.
They wasted so much money on that.
So much money, time, reputation,
they wasted so much money trying to do. No, they try to save money with their shortcuts and reusing assets that they ended up wasting money that they could have used by making a whole new game from scratch.
They could have just made Fallout 5 and just tried to do what Obsidian did with New Vegas, which was take Fallout 3 and make something a little bit better. They could have just taken Fallout 4 and made something a little bit better. Because Fallout 4, I could not get into Fallout 4. I really tried to. I really wanted to, because a lot of people were able to get into it. So there's got to be something there. But I just couldn't do it.
What's the thing that turned you off?
I don't know if it was the story, which was a little less enjoyable, but or if it was the map, which felt a little bit more empty to me, or if it was the fact that I got spoiled by modding Fallout New Vegas, and so I had everything I ever wanted in a Fallout game already, and so I was approaching Fallout 4 with that mentality. I don't know. It looked good. It was a pretty game.
The map is...
The map's
there's
bigger.
Some decent stuff.
Yeah.
There's decent stuff in the map.
There was a cool part I watched. I think I don't remember who, but I was watching somebody stream it, and there was a cool part where you were trying to rebuild a pirate ship or something so that they could go
Yeah, I
back
think
into
I
the
sent you
ocean.
that one.
Yeah, that was it. I thought it was you. All right, I watched that. That was interesting as shit. I liked that. That bit of the story
Yeah.
was cool. That was nifty. The rogue AI who thought they were colonialists. It was very cool. But I don't know. At the beginning, the main thing that's supposed to drive you is to go get your son, but then you meet the Minutemen, and then the main thing's supposed to be defending these settlements. And then that whole dichotomy where I had to choose what I'm doing kind of was
Well,
a
that's if
pointless
you like
distraction.
aligned with them.
Yeah.
It
And
is
it's
a little
hard not
distracting.
it's hard not to align with the Minutemen too, because that main guy is kind of neat, and the outfits are cool, and the concept, he's trying to protect people, and you want to do that, you want to help, but yeah, it was not as good as New Vegas, and it
Uh,
wasn't as
I,
good as Fallout 3 in my opinion
I
either.
always signed. One of the fun things to do in Fallout New Vegas 4 was to hunt down all the what do you call those robot suits? I forgot.
Oh, the power suit. They're not power suits, but they're something like that.
Yeah, the power.
The
I'll just call them.
exoscoots, whatever they are. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
The
hunting them and then customizing them.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. You didn't get to
Like
do that before.
I had a base, and then I would have like 10 of them like lined up in a row, but they're all missing parts because when you find them, they're either missing an arm plate, or a
That's it.
leg plate,
Yeah.
or a helmet. So
Artificial
I'm
gameplay
taking parts.
padding, so you can go find them.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. Okay.
But like I usually scavenging parts from other ones to make a new one.
Oh, well, that's okay. That's better than having to actually find a specific piece on a different part of the map that's specifically for that power armor. That's a little bit better.
And I think there's two versions. There's just like an enclave one, and then there's the regular
Yeah, the
one without
U.S.
the case.
military one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, those are fun games. Good lore and everything too. It's just I don't know. I think the Skyriming of Fallout 4 from New Vegas is part of what turned me off too. Just like they made it more accessible at the detriment of depth, and that made it a little bit
The
harder
thing
for me
is,
to get into.
there's the DLC Far Harbor,
Mhm.
and that map is just as big as the regular game map.
Oh no. Okay.
So I want to play it, but I have to replay Fallout 4 all over again just to get to that point.
Oh yeah, that's a rough one. Yeah, that's tough. Yeah,
But it looks because
if I'm gonna do a Fallout again, it's definitely I've probably spent hundreds of hours figuring out. Like I've spent hundreds of hours just on the modding side of Fallout, not even getting to play the modding bit. That's the problem with modding on Bethesda games. Is usually you end up spending way more time getting the mods to function together than you do actually playing them. Even though when you play them, it's badass, but then you got to go back and tweak something because somebody's clothes didn't show up or something. So I did that with Skyrim, and I did that with 3, and I did that with New Vegas, and I beat New Vegas modded, which was fun, and I've beaten 3 modded, which is fun. But I'd want to do that again and try and get a clean, no glitch, no weird version, and try to get as many mods in there as possible that would work.
I was playing Skyrim for the first time in VR.
Oh, that had to be a thing, because I've seen Fallout VR, and that almost made me interested to try Fallout 4.
And it's so janky. Like
What headset were you using for VR?
I would try to talk to somebody, and then it would count as an attack.
Oh no!
And then the whole village would get
aggro.
Of course. And I'd be like, well, this is permanent now.
I'm now an outlaw yelling at somebody, but I swung at him instead.
Yeah. Like I'm moving my hand movements with the PS Move controls.
Oh, okay, PS Move, got it.
I'm holding the sword in one hand and I brush him.
Yeah, no, I know the difference in ability too for VR headsets is crazy depending on which one you go for and like what your computer or whatever is capable of. So the PlayStation one, I could see that getting you into some trouble.
So what you beat Skyrim, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, a few times.
All right. So what do you do in the beginning? You just explore and do quests.
Me, I tend to, I definitely do the first few quests. I get the dragons to populate the world, so you slay that first dragon. Um, and then it depends on what I wanted to do with that character. With the modded ones, sometimes I go straight to the Thieves Guild. Sometimes I go hunting and exploring if I had a modded quest I was specifically looking for. Still have my Skyrim modded together, but I have to reinstall it so that it will reinitialize the original setup and .inies and all that so I can play it again. But I wanted to. There was a couple extra maps that I modded in, so you can go to the land where the Bretons come from. That one I played and almost beat. Really cool. It has a griffin instead of dragons, and it has a lot more skeleton bits, and they really changed the map a bit. That was kind of fun. And then there was Elsewhere. That's where I really wanted to get to. I really wanted to get to Elsewhere because that's where the Khajiit come from, and that map had a lot more. The modder took a lot of time. It was a DLC quality expansion where the Breton one was there, but it was definitely amateur. It had a
A
lot of
friendly
holes.
neighborhood ninja says Fallout is a great franchise up to New Vegas. After
After
that, not
that,
so much. Yeah, 76 is okay.
if you just want to wander
If
around,
it's
and that's
okay,
what it
it's
seems to be. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's supposed to be okay, and it just wasn't worthy of what had come before. Um, I I've been interested in 76 since launch, but the press and the air around it the whole time tells me, yeah, they did not do it right. And I played 4, and so it's just 4, the MMO without NPCs or much of quests or anything. It was the barren MMO. Um, so hopefully Wastelanders Edition is an improvement because that throws in NPCs, so it's more of an actual MMO.
I don't know
But
why they do it in boring places
like
like the
Virginia.
setting.
Uh,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be okay. Just like
Or the last Fallout was in like what? Fallout 4.
Fallout 4 was New
Jersey or
England.
something?
It was New
Oh yeah,
England. I
yeah.
just don't remember what part of New England. Which Virginia's right there. But
It's the
I don't.
baseball fields in the town.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't
It's the
remember.
baseball field in Fallout 4 is based on a
Is
real
it Baltimore? It's Massachusetts. It's Massachusetts. It's Boston. It's Boston. It's Boston
Yeah.
around that area. That's Fallout 4, which that's kind of cool too. Again, they're trying to do that. Patriotism's a big theme in Fallout, and which it adds a
Colonial.
lot to it. Yeah,
Oh
colonial
yeah, yeah, yeah.
patriotism.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's that. That makes sense, and that's just why. New Vegas patriotism wasn't so much, but you had the NCR, which better than the Enclave. I'll give them that.
Cody, I heard you.
Anything at all? Looks like the mic's being picked up by OBS.
I hear you right there.
Oh, okay. What happened is there's a weird front panel on my PC that I have my mic plugged into, and I closed it, and so that just out of reflex and not thinking, and so that disconnected the mic. So that was the issue.
Damn, I gotcha.
That's what happens when you're not thinking and you just act, because I don't like the thing just hanging there, but gotta leave it there. But I wasn't thinking. Oh
It
yeah.
must be one hell of a relic of a PC you got there.
I mean, the damn thing has served so damn admirably. What's my main problem now is I think my browser's infected, or I have a plugin that's pretty gnarly, because I get up to, I don't know, 1,500 privacy traces every time I close it. And so I have to delete all of those for the computer to run right. So there's
Do you have
something.
CC Cleaner?
Yeah, I do. I run that once in a while. The one I use mainly for like the browser cleaning each time I close it is Advanced System Care. But yeah, I think it's Mozilla, and I think it's one of the plugins. I have this every time you open a tab, it takes account of it, and then they'll donate 5 cents to a certain charity of your choice for each tab once you hit a certain amount. So I think I think that's taken. I think they're also selling my information. So I'm trying to decide whether or not I want to keep giving money or have a clean browser, and that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Oh man, they're stealing IronVerse funds.
Well, they're stealing IronVerse energy to sell to give to charity, but they also might be making money off of it. So I don't know. It's called Tab for a Cause. I have no idea if it's worth it. But yeah, let me see. I think I'm gonna put that on. I don't know if have you ever played Rogue Galaxy for the PS2?
Is that Star Wars?
No, it's just called Rogue Galaxy. It's like a JRPG.
Rogue Galaxy.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. Yeah, Google the hell out of it. It's worth it. I've been having a lot of fun with that. I think I'm gonna try and put that on, but my PC's acting weird.
It's got a pirate ship and everything.
Yeah, it's a pirate a thing. Space pirate RPG. So maybe put that back on. I put like 4 or 5 hours into it so far. It's got live / turn-based mechanics. It's one of those hybrid, kind of like Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
And even more so like the newest Final Fantasy, now I think about it, or the
man,
newest remake. How's that gameplay? Is the gameplay all right besides the story changes? Because I noticed
just like
it's
a demo.
Yeah, I kind of saw it.
It's very it's like Batman Arkham.
Oh really? It's got that counter system to it and all. Huh.
Yeah, you just pressing you just pressing or holding a button and going between enemies.
Okay.
Then eventually you could do something flashy.
Okay. Definitely an Okay. See if this will open. Because yeah, I would like to get further in there. It's been a pretty interesting story. It's very JRPG. It's very anime. Some random guy showed up.
I looked at some of the pictures.
Yeah, he's this ultimate badass that somebody else was looking for to hire, but they think you're him. But you worked with him for a little bit, and he gave you his sword, so they really kind of think you're him. And so you're the main character's just really trying to pretend he's this desert badass at this point. And I just got to the ship that was hiring the desert badass, and I don't remember what else I was doing with it. So we'll see if it'll launch.
Sounds like Trigon.
It's a little bit. A little bit of that. A little bit of that. Definitely, if Trigun was going for pirates instead of Western, yeah, in motif and everything, I would say that's about right. Still haven't gotten through the childhood Ace and Luffy arc yet. I kind of want to. I hope it doesn't last like 14 episodes. It's not that great. It's fine. I want to see what the. I've been waiting for Luffy to get back to his crew since he fucking invaded Impel Down.
I haven't watched it. I read it.
Oh, okay.
So when I read it, it hadn't been animated yet.
Oh, okay. So it might have been faster in the manga as well too, so less drag. Yeah.
What
Right.
was the Impel Down's the last arc you watched, right?
No, Marine Ford is.
Marine Ford. So everybody's. Did you hit the time skip, right, or no?
I don't think so. I don't think so because what happened is Boa just took him back to her island to heal. Luffy after Ace got his was stupid after all the sacrifices, after everything, all the pirates and all of his friends and family die in front of him. He won't leave. The fucking lava man. I forgot the magma admiral. He's good at talking shit, and he got him to turn around, and he murdered Ace. It's a trip and a half. I did not see that coming. He was trying to murder Luffy at the time. They tried to do that.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't
but
spoil that for you.
no, I did not see that coming because that would have pissed me off. The 2 whole arcs trying to get to this guy. They get him. They get him free. They get him past everything. And the fucker turns around and gets himself killed because he wants to defend the honor of somebody who's already dying for him.
I'm surprised you haven't been spoiled by it in other places.
It's true. Well, how many people get that far into One Piece? It's a hell of a thing. I don't come across too many One Piece fans. Even though it's like a massive thing, it's not something that comes up that often. Like you come across DBZ fans all the fucking time. You come across like Full Metal Alchemist and other shorter animes. But like people who have really sunk their teeth into One Piece, I have not come across many. It's a trip and a half. And I've barely technically. I think like you said, I think it's mainly downhill from here, isn't it? but I'm still curious. I still want to see because Luffy just got the. Okay, cool. Because Luffy just got the scar that I've been seeing forever with the more modern promos. That was Marine Ford. He just got that scar.
There's some. I don't know. In the manga, some arcs don't translate well on paper.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So they kind of look retarded.
Well, I don't know. Once they started, once he went with Ivankov, once that whole design came through and they really were pushing that, I was like, okay, he's gonna go some weird places down the line, isn't he? That's fine. He wanted to go full gay rights or whatever. That's fine. It's just
I think it was just it's Japan.
That's true too. I mean, it was very flamboyant about it too.
It's flamboyant Japan,
yeah. But no, it's true. I like the character. The character's great, and there's a lot of cool moments with it. But the what was it? Hee haw. That's the thing that got a little annoying. Yeah, that was like his saying, Ivankov, and he got a lot of those. He got a lot of spotlight in Marine Ford and Impel Down towards the end, anyway. Because that was the whole point of Impel Down. It wasn't to save and Marine Ford. It wasn't even to save Ace. It was just to get Ivankov out. That's the only plot point I could see of it. And then to get to Marine Ford so that fucking Blackbeard could get a hold of Whitebeard's power. And I want to see how that goes too. I'm very curious. I like Blackbeard. I like his crew a lot. So I'm very curious. Buggy's fine. That was, you're right. That's when he started that whole arc of suddenly he can't fail. No matter how hard and how much he thinks he could fail, the prisoners will not let him fail. Yeah. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Some of it's a little much, but it's pretty funny. It works.
He goes places in the time skip.
I really hope he does because it makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, he got to a point where now he cannot fail anymore. He's too badass without being badass at all. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But again, I'm stuck in Ace and Luffy's childhood, and so I haven't dove into that too far. They the three of them, where I got is the third kid, the one that obviously something weird's gonna happen because we haven't seen that third kid otherwise, and he's the third brother. Whatever's gonna happen there, something's gonna happen there. But I just got to the point where he revealed he was the rich kid and that he came from a
Did you
family.
know that Robin has white skin?
Oh, she's white. I don't know. The weird noses kind of like break every ethnicity in One Piece.
Because in the time skip, she comes back with like white skin.
Interesting. I knew she was hanging out. Well, she wasn't hanging out. She was fucking enslaved in that weird country. And then I had seen the episode where she finally broke out. And then like that's where they dropped her storyline. Just like a Chopper right now where I'm at is stuck on the bird and human island. And he just raised a bird or kept it safe until the birds got a hold of the baby bird. And like Zoro was dealing with Hara, that fucking girl. I don't remember what she said. The ghost girl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's stuck with the ghost girl.
Hirona or something like
that. Yeah, he's stuck with her at the moment. And Usopp's stuck with the legendary hero Hercules or whatever.
Yeah,
yeah, he's stuck with that guy on that island.
What do you call it? Like it's later revealed that Robin had a tan from the desert arc.
Important to know. Okay.
So when she stayed like what, 5 years?
Is that what it is? Because yeah,
years.
They're taking some time and they're making sure everybody's separate from everybody. Nami's training with the weather guy. That's where I'm at.
So like Robin's in a place with no sun, so like her skin goes back to normal. That was like the excuse.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I'm gonna have to see how that goes because that's interesting for sure. Not much point to it. I guess he just Oda's a trip. You could tell just throughout even the anime how much came through. He's a very interesting person. There's a lot there.
There's a lot of funny gifts. There's some new gifts that just came out of him.
Oh, interesting.
Like it's a fan taking a picture of him with him.
Oh, okay.
And people animated the gif where like Oda's like winking, or he's like licking his lips, all creepy like.
He's a character. I can tell. There's just you can't get all the unique personalities he's able to translate to the page, which are able to translate to what I'm watching. That's definitely a character. there's no way. The main bit I could tell so far though is that he's really, at least up to Marineford, he really wants to translate how important family and friendship connections are, and that's what keeps me with One Piece. Because I like the characters. I want to be friends with them. It's the same basically. He's really good at that. And I bet he doesn't have that many real world friends. He's just able to connect with a lot of people.
There's what was I gonna say? Remember that theory iceberg paper meme I sent you?
You were telling me something about that. Yeah, I do. I remember you showing me that. Like how much is plausible, and and how much is like this is possible.
Yeah, it's funny because some of the stuff came true on it.
I bet it did. It's hard not to see kind of how the I don't know. I got to get further in it because so far I'm hoping there's some more good stuff to come. Because you were telling me now recently it's kind of slow. And
yeah, the Wano arc, which is the current one.
Okay. Because I'm hoping he's got to get Luffy to get we have to see the One Piece. I don't care, Luffy has to be there to almost be the king of the pirates. It has to get that far.
They kind of revealed One Piece already.
Oh, did they? That's good. Okay, I'm glad about that. All right.
A couple chapters ago, Because remember I told
Because
you
they
there's
just,
like
for me, Whitebeard just confirmed it even exists. Like,
it's
that just happened. It's like, Whitebeard, that's one of the last things he says to everybody on the fucking planet. The One Piece
it,
exists.
there's a chapter of Goldbeard
uh,
finding it, and then he laughs, and that's it. And the manga page says, and he laughed, and that's it.
okay. Okay, I know what I could take that. That's pretty One Piece. That's
Yeah.
that humor to it where you do all this effort for nothing.
But it wasn't. It was hidden from
The viewer,
the
yeah. Yeah,
of what it
no.
was.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a good way to do it too. I appreciate that. It leaves it to the reader's imaginations or whatever. But that's the two things. We have to somehow be able to find the One Piece, even if it's not Luffy or whatever. And Luffy has to get close, if not become the king of the pirates. Those are the two things he has to do before he finishes. If he finishes otherwise, it better be damn well planned out. It better make goddamn sense.
There was a Luffy before Luffy, and his name was Joy Boy, and he was the guy that challenged the world government before Gold Roger.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't gotten there either. That's neat. No, we barely.
And his hat was the straw hat.
Oh, of course it was. Okay, yeah. I just right now, what's his name? God, Beanie Pirate, the guy with the submarine, just saved Luffy and brought him to that island to cure him.
That guy.
So I don't know what that plot line's working towards either.
Truffalo.
Yeah.
Trafkala Law or something like that.
Yeah, Law. Yeah, that's totally. Yeah.
Martial law.
So I don't know. It's a hell of a series. I'm glad it's out there. I'm glad it's the fucking #1 piece of sequential art on the planet at the moment. Because I don't know if it's earning that at the moment, but beforehand it certainly has. These deaths matter. The story matters. It does progress. That's the biggest thing with Western comics is nothing fucking progresses. Nothing progresses.
Yeah.
Nothing matters. Yeah, and nothing matters because of that. And so that's the biggest thing. And so hopefully, what we're trying to do, things will matter. I'm certain.
I forgot we made comic books.
Right. But we're trying that. I know we're going to try and make things matter as it goes. I don't know if we'll pull off as many big deals, but you certainly that freaking arc with Coyote that I've read, a lot matters, a lot changes, and things move forward, and it's wonderful. You did great work with it.
I've rewritten it like the other day, like.
Oh, did you?
Just the first issue of Q Racer.
Okay, I could see that. Okay.
And I was like, oh, whoa, wait, whoa. Because, when you get to the end of the arc, you know what's going to happen already. So now you can go back to the first one, the first issue,
and you find more to it. Yeah. Oh, that's smart. Seed in some more clues and some more forward movement. Oh, that's neat. I need to write more. I always need to write more. That's always my problem. But working at it.
I got a cool cowboy story.
Oh, do you?
Remember the Ultralisk?
Yes.
Alrighty. So I pretty much have it's the Ultralisk's grandfather. Okay, no, never mind. Okay. Remember I told you the Ultralisk is kind of like just a title that somebody picks up.
Yeah.
And it's built on myth, like other people's accomplishments.
Like freaking Princess Bride. What's his name? Yeah, I get what you mean. They did the same thing on the Silk Road too, but it was the same guy's name. I forgot what the name was. But yeah, it's just a title.
It's pretty much like
the Gray Fox in Elder Scrolls Oblivion. It's the same idea.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what it is.
Because initially I started it because of New Vegas, where you're the courier, and the courier has all these myths already built around him.
Yeah.
and they're all like, "Oh, the courier who stood in the Great Divide," and sometimes that's where he disappeared off to. Nobody knows where he went. And Fallout 3 has something like that in its endings too.
Yeah, Mad Max has that also. Max,
Yeah,
the
Mad
Lone
Max
Warrior.
2,
Yeah.
especially 2.
Yeah. You went off into the wastes. Yeah.
And that's a theory about Mad Max, where it's just it's just a title.
That was the thing with James Bond too, and then they kind of ruined that officially. But I was hoping that because that works with James Bond quite well. I was really hoping they'd keep that, where
Yeah.
you join fucking MI6, and you work your way through the ranks, or you're given a number because that specific number has a specific use. This is our infiltrator murderer kind of guy. This is the guy we send to go deal with some crazy motherfucker in a volcano. We call him James Bond. but yeah, so far that hasn't been the thing. But it also would. I liked that with
Now it's
James
a
Bond
girl.
because it.
No, now it's a thing because there's a girl James Bond.
Jane Bond? No, James. She's still called James.
You know about that, right?
I did hear about that. They really, I guess they're moving forward with that. They went real quiet after it got a lot of backlash.
It did? I didn't
Yeah,
know.
it got a lot of backlash. So I haven't seen much since. I know Daniel Craig's still in it. So that was the other thing, is he just the supporting character to hand off the role, or
Yeah, that's what I thought it was
what?
about.
Yeah. So I no idea. They went real quiet about it. And really, fuck, what was it? Concerts aren't gonna be able to happen till 2021. So I'm thinking theaters might be having a similar problem depending on how this whole thing develops. So big budget movies, I have no idea what they want to do with them. And James Bond film is always a big budget, big event. So it's kind of tough. I have no idea if they're moving forward with it or not.
Film.
You would think a lot of it's the traveling, travel restrictions at the moment. But if they had already done something, I don't know. I know they had to cancel filming the Batman, for instance, because they couldn't travel to where they're going. And there was a few other films like that the travel restrictions at the moment.
Yeah, that's what you meant.
Yeah. So I have no idea, but I would think, God damn it. I mean, they already pushed Black Widow back, as far as I can tell, and that had already filmed. They're pushing most everything back because nobody can go into theaters at the moment, but I don't know. It's a weird situation right now because, like, even in London today, they had about 10, 20,000 people just doing their normal shit because they were kind of done being stuck inside. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. We possibly have a treatment for the problem, and the other angles that are being pushed right now are 18 months in quarantine and then being vaccinated by Bill Gates. So I'm not stoked on that.
Did you hear they found 300 infected people working in a meat?
Yeah, and then they closed that fucker right down. Yeah, I did hear about that.
That's like next door to me.
Oh, fun. Just don't be buying your pork local.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I gotta get it farm fresh.
Yeah. I don't know. Eventually, too, our bodies end up adjusting pretty, not pretty quick, and not everybody, but not everybody's going to get sick off of it either, and so those immunities kind of build. But I was also hearing that people who have gotten through it can still carry it.
Yeah.
So that's been fun too. Yeah. So that's great too. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting year from a couple aspects.
Like we all got the chickenpox virus still if you had it.
Yep.
It's just it's dormant and it's in your nervous system.
Yeah, that was not fun. I remember the chickenpox. That was not fun. Oh boy.
All I remember is being itchy. I was like, I'm itchy.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy itchy, and then if you actually end up scratching, it feels good for a second, and then it hurts. It hurts like
Yeah.
crazy. So
Oh man.
that's not a fun one.
One of
I'm
the things
glad
I
I had that
hate
as a
getting.
kid.
One of the things I hate getting is a sun rash.
Yeah, sunburns suck. I'm
No,
luck.
not sunburn, sun rash.
Oh, okay.
It's just you get all the bubble balls
Oh,
on your
okay, yeah.
skin.
It's past sunburn. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen. I'm So far, I've gotten sunburns. It's very hard for the sun to actually rash me and like scrape me. I think the closest I came to was on my face in Utah when we went to my school went to a trip up to Arches National Park or whatever, and fuck,
Hmm.
it was like a 98 to 110 there the whole time. So yeah, I got burnt. But besides
Oh
that,
man.
like the New Mexico sun doesn't tend to burn me. It tends to tan me. So that's lucky.
Yeah. Oh man. I guess I just got sensitive skin.
No, some people do. My Laguna, he got burnt to shit one time, and they had to do the whole vinegar wash and all that to try and get that dead skin. And it was a week or two with putting shirts on uncomfortably and all that fun shit. Yeah,
Man.
it's no fun. Yeah, that game didn't launch, by the way. I gave up on it. I
Oh,
gave
the
on it
Rogue
a while.
Galaxy.
Yeah, I gave up on it a while back. Now I'm just pacing. I tried. I tried. It did not want to cooperate, so I gave up on it.
And what is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. 3 days left on Jack. Come tomorrow mid-afternoon.
Tomorrow, mid afternoon.
Yeah, it'll be 3 days left.
Oh, okay. Maybe
Yeah,
we'll get it funded.
yeah. No, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, get 10% a day. I could do it. Just give me 1K a day, folks. Just.
Yeah.
But
Like I was like not that long ago. It was like 4,000
yeah, no,
some.
Easter took like that night was crazy. I got like almost a K out of it. Freaking nuts. So one guy bought a steel cowboy. He bought a figure. He bought
Like I wouldn't be
4 store
surprised if
bundles, and so yeah, who knows?
like I wouldn't be surprised if even if it didn't get funded,
Yeah,
but it ended at like 8,000.
yeah. No, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't be surprised if it fun. Well, I would be. I don't want to say I wouldn't be surprised if it funded, but I would be exceedingly ecstatic about it funding because it's a long shot at this point, but it's a possible shot. It's possible, especially
Mhm.
since everybody should be getting their Trump bucks this week. I'm hoping.
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping.
Trump.
I'm hoping
What are
everybody
you
who
gonna do
filed their
with your
taxes.
Trump bucks?
I'm gonna save it because I don't know how long I'm gonna be out of work. That's what I'm gonna do. But and some of it actually will go to property taxes. But
Oh yeah.
at the moment, yeah, it's mostly just because I don't know when I'm gonna get back to work, and hopefully my job's there when it reopens. That's the other thing. Because
Do you
if I,
own your land?
yeah, we do. We have a good 6.5 acres here, which is wonderful.
6 acres?
Yeah, 6.5.
Holy, I'm jealous.
I mean, it's mesa land, so it's what a lot of people call scrub land. There's not too much you can do with it but live on it. But
Can you
it's
go out and
nice.
like shoot them?
No, we've got neighbors right next to us. I mean, I guess you
Got
could.
neighbors?
Yeah, I mean, we could technically because I've heard gunshots out here before, and there's a couple fences I used to hop when we had less neighbors because this is a developing area, so they've been selling plots and stuff over the last I don't know 10 years. I used to be able to hike over and I don't know, maybe a couple blocks, I guess, in length. I could go over and there was reservation land, and you'd hop a fence on trespassing, whatever, and then go down, and there was an old riverbed and an arroyo, and you can find old petroglyphs and old conquistador markings for where they were exploring and shit. And it was pretty unspoiled. I camped down there a couple times.
Did you ever see Aliens?
Never seen Aliens.
Oh,
Closest I've come to. No, I've never had that kind of connection. My
Bigfoot?
dad's had those. My dad's had both of those, Bigfoot and aliens. But that was
Ooh.
back in the late '60s and '70s, so you can kind of tell how that happened.
When everybody was on like 10 passes.
Yeah, but no, I mean we get a good sky out here, so I've caught a lot of shooting stars and
Yeah, that'd be common.
yeah, and yeah, nothing peculiar. Laguna claims he's seen a UFO out here. I've certainly heard weird things. There's a specific phenomenon down here called the Taos Hum. Allegedly, there is a underground shaft that leads from the Denver military complex all the way down to the Carlsbad military base, and that's like a light speed fucking tram. So that's allegedly what the hum is, but there's a lot of other things it could be.
Did
Some
you,
people
Cody,
claim it's
have you
for.
ever seen ghosts in your life?
Never seen a ghost in my life. I've no, no, because seeing a ghost means you have to be grounded in this reality and then see an apparition. I've never seen that. I've spoken to what I would believe was a spirit of someone who has passed, but that was in a dream.
I seen two ghosts.
Oh, interesting. Because I know
One.
Go for it.
Wait, go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
curious.
Go ahead.
Well,
No,
I was just gonna say here allegedly there's a bunch of ghost sightings here down in our plaza and stuff because there's a lot of hangings, and this is where the Pueblo revolts started here, which was where the one time the natives actually kicked out the Spaniards for a good 75 years, something like
yeah.
that. So there's a lot of people got hung, a lot of people got murdered and scalped and such. So there's a lot of that here. People see
I
that,
used to
but
be a paranormal investigator
oh, fun.
for a little time,
Yeah.
and I didn't explore any big things, but I would always go to graveyards and like the
Oh, okay.
woods. Yeah, and I would like run EVPs,
Oh,
take
okay.
pictures, run recorders. I mean camcorders.
Yeah.
Uh, and I would talk to other groups.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I quit. Like I flat out went coldfish, and then I went back to it a couple years later when I had a bigger crew. And the thing is, my biggest experience didn't happen with them. It happened by myself, normally in a normal situation.
Yeah. That's what I expect with all those kind of things. Usually, when something out of the ordinary is going to happen, it's during something ordinary.
Yeah. One time I was sleeping in the basement, and I was dreaming I was at a table with somebody, and then I woke up, and that person was standing in front of my bed, perfectly human shape, and I stared at them directly in the eyes in the darkness, and they faded into black smoke.
That's a
Yeah. So
trip. What was it discomforting? Was it comforting? Was it, because there's usually an emotional impact, during those things. A lot of the time it's just
it's
fear, but
it's weird because like I no, it's like it's because you're still sleepy. You're still like a sleepy guy.
yeah. So you're
So
in that space in between dreams and awake. Yeah.
yeah, like imagine you're talking to Laguna in your dream, and then you snap awake all of a sudden in your room, and Laguna in your dream from your dream is still with you, and he's looking at you in reality, and then he fades away.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's what happened to me.
Huh. Yeah, it doesn't sound like you were disturbed by it, so it's probably just one of those weird energetic reach outs that happen. There's a lot of
And
them. A lot of those happen.
and the second time I was sitting on the couch watching a paranormal show. And then I just saw a woman in white exit the bathroom in a white dress and walk into my mom's room. who was in there, and it was like daytime. It was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I got up like ecstatic. I was like, I did not just see that. I just not see a full clothed woman, and you could still see through her a little bit, but
Yeah.
and then I just saw her turn, walk into my mom's room, and then I went into my mom's room. I was like, did you just see that woman that came in here?" And she's like, "No." And she's like, "A woman in a white dress and a veil, all white, just walked in here." And she's like, "Oh, you're crazy." And then I went back to the living room, and I'm all like, "I just did not just see that." And I was all like, "Man, what is that?" You know. And then after that, I started getting like crazy stuff happening, like
Yeah.
gasps in the ear.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because usually the white veiled women, red dressed women, a lot of those that are there's definitely a negative connotation almost all of those.
Yeah.
It's usually it can be a very sad thing, in which most cases it doesn't usually affect anybody else. But it can also
There's a
be a
lot of
very angry thing.
there's a lot of urban legends around that. The gray
Yeah.
woman,
Yeah, and then
so on.
Japan had the one with the big mouth covered in the mask, and she'd kill people with scissors.
Oh,
Forgot that
that's
one.
just like that's just straight up urban myths right there.
Yeah,
That's just what Japan loves to do.
that's true. It's very Japanese. But yeah, no, I haven't had
I
any
had
direct. Oh, you've had growls. Okay.
growls and hisses from things that weren't there.
Yeah, no, I've never encountered anything like that either. I've been
For me, it's kind of obvious.
disconcerted or something. I've felt something's wrong, something I shouldn't
I
deal
messed
with.
with that
But
stuff, so I wasn't
yeah,
surprised it was happening.
yeah, I got you. Well, yeah, you said you were investigating. Like I've never taken it that
Yeah.
far. I just always have an ear out, so I'm. And most of the time, it's a good thing if there's a weird thing that happens. But
Yeah, there's one thing that gets me kind of upset is when people who like criticize ghost investigators or paranormal investigators, they're all like, "Oh, they say it's a sound and they overreact." They're all like, "Whoa, bro, did you hear that?" You know, and
well,
then they give like a logical, long-winded explanation, and they're all like, "Well, let me tell you what's really happening. Uh, parallel universes." And I'm all like, man, if if you've never done it before, like gone on the ground to those places and
no,
done it yourself,
there's a
you really
whole.
don't have a right to like, unless you've attempted like firsthand experience to documenting
Yeah,
and had that stuff happen to you.
there's no question, at least from my bit, that things, actions, people leave impressions on places. Now, how far that can go, I have no idea, and I'm
Yeah,
not
that's called
willing
the
to
stone
say.
tape theory.
Yeah, there's like I have no idea to what level, but I'm certainly, because I don't know what level, I'm not going to discount anything. Basically, I can't know,
I've
but
seen a lot of the stuff where I'm
yeah,
all like, it's what I what I think it is.
sure,
I think it's just all of it's just demons.
it could very well be, could very well be.
And
I have no idea. Again, I have no idea. I haven't had a positive or negative encounter in real space with it. I've only had a positive encounter in dream space. So
dream space.
yeah, I've never had I've had negative encounters in terms of like I could tell something was wrong here. Something I should not be here. That kind of thing.
What do you
I've
mean,
had
like a second like sense where you're like, this is a bad.
Yeah, I get that all the time. Particularly, I used to get it really bad towards bars. You could tell there was some kind of remnant of something real gnarly happening in a place or another. I get that a couple other places. Hospitals are a big one. Spend a lot more time in hospitals than I like, and there's always there's a feeling of something there with you in hospitals almost all the time.
Do you
At
have
least for
old
me.
hospitals there, or are they like new?
Not too old, but they're not that new either. I'm not sure how old the Holy Cross here is, but I spent a good amount of time there, and then I spent a lot in Albuquerque, between a couple different hospitals. And there's always even when it's quiet, everything's dead. There's just one person, at the desk or whatever, and just hanging out with the loved one or whatever. There's a feeling something's there. Um, it's hard to explain. It's not. It's not. It's very rarely negative. It's just like, yeah, there's a space. It's different than being alone. Uh, it, it's yeah. It's hard to explain. But that I've had yeah, I've been affected energetically by like movies, for instance, too. But that one could have just been me tricking myself into it, like a big one that lasted with me for about a week, where I was always looking everywhere. Was the original
I I
Paranormal Activity that
I,
fucking
I
left
asked a
some negativity
friend.
with me?
I asked a friend who watched a lot of Ghost Adventures,
Oh, okay.
and I asked him, "Do you think when they're asking the questions on TV, that when it's coming through your TV speakers, that it's affecting the environment around your house? Because
I would
they're
say
saying it
yes.
because they're inviting it in the
Yep.
show, and if it's being coming through the speakers, is you know
No, that's a
it's
big.
inviting. Is it inviting something into your house?
Well, how many freaking religions? The Hindus in particular, sound is the number one way to invite or speak to or
That's
converse
the
with
that's the
that. It's
chanting
the
and stuff,
yeah,
right?
it's the chanting, it's mantras, it's
Oh yeah, yeah,
anything
yeah,
that
yeah.
you bring a vibration. The vibration in the air, the vibration in the space allows movement. And whether or not that opens a space to something positive or negative, but uh, that's exactly what you're saying. I think when I watched that
Hindu
Paranormal Activity with so much fear in me and so much belief, because I didn't know what the fuck I was watching. I was a kid. Uh,
Hindu. I think isn't Hindu just a. It's just because they say Hindu has over 300 million gods in their religion.
they have a ton of aspects. It depends on most of them. Just go to like I think there's only like
You're
six
friendly.
six
You're
aspects that they actually really deal with, and the ones that
Cody in the chat
like you're
room.
saying. Oh, it's now a conspiracy theory show. I could dig it. I could dig it too. I
Yeah.
could definitely dig it. It's a big thing. But yeah, like you said, 300 million. There's usually about there's greater and lesser deities. Most of those 300 million are lesser that aren't worthy of human interaction or wouldn't deal with it. Um, worthy is probably a bad one, but aren't you can't get
And
anything from them.
and
There's nothing to be gained. And but
and
but you get like Ganesh or you get God. Well, Ganesh is about the only one I would ever even fucking come close to dealing with, because most of the others are death gods or both death and birth or a lot of gnarlier other things. Ganesh is just
yeah.
like wisdom and
Uh,
here's some knowledge.
in
But
in Tibetan Buddhism, it's Tibetan, so it's kind of separate
yeah,
from Hinduism, and it's actually separate from normal Buddhism.
yeah. No, I've
There's
I've
like
I've checked out the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which is a little bit different than a lot of
yeah,
the other books of the dead, and
that
they're a
that
bit
that's
more serious
actually
about their stuff than some are.
they actually tell their own monks not to read that, or
Yeah,
not to like study it too much, because it's like that's the focus of
yeah,
Tibetan teachings.
yeah,
Uh, but there's Northern Buddhism, which is it kind of mingles with Hinduism, and then
yeah,
there's Southern Buddhism, which is like Thailand, Vietnam, Laos,
yeah.
and actually the Southern Buddhism is more it's more loyal to the original teachings.
Oh, okay.
Because there's a thing called the Four Baskets. Do you know what that is?
No, Not off the top of my
it's
head.
it's kind of like the Buddhist Bible, where it has like the stories, the
Okay,
commentaries,
okay.
the
Yeah, no, I just know it from how they try to get people into it, which is the Eightfold Path. That's what I know. I don't know their actual doctrine. The Eightfold Path
yeah.
is
Not
usually
many people
something
know the
taken from
doctrine,
other monks. Yeah, exactly. It's usually a
and
monk's
people don't
interpretation.
even read the Four Baskets. They usually read a book that summarizes the Four
Hmm.
Baskets.
That's exactly. That's what the Eightfold Path does. I think is it
But
summarizes.
over time, the Four Baskets, the legend is that it was written on tea. It was written on leaves, like tea leaves, or it was like written on leaves, but they disintegrate over time, so they have to
Mhm.
be transferred over and over and over again. And that's kind of like that's the most true you're gonna get to Buddhism is the Southern Buddhist. Because when you go to Tibetan, it's mixed in with Tibetan people mythology. It's
Yeah,
with a
which
monkey god.
old pagan mythology where
Yeah,
a little
because they
bit
say a
heavier.
monkey god. They say
Yeah.
after Tibetan religion is a monkey god. After the world flooded, and there was a monkey god,
Yeah.
and the monkey god made it with a demon woman, and that they created the Tibetan people.
Okay.
And the Tibetan people now practice Buddhism, and they appease they try to appease all the spirits pretty much to gain enlightenment, which is kind of mixed of what Hindu is.
Yeah. Yeah, and on the I was watching something with a monk recently. He was so surprised. Joe Rogan knew the path they take to speak to their gods, the hallucinogen. He was like, "How do you know about that?" He was so surprised in these modern days that knowledge has leaked out. I was so surprised to hear that. And Joe's like, "Well, do you know where that comes from?" And he's like, "Well, it comes from another world. It comes from another dimension." No, it doesn't. It comes from this dimension. But you're just being a crazy little monk. But but just how separate and how that indoctrination. Like he was genuinely surprised somebody could know of this thing, and
What,
it's a
drugs
hallucinogen.
making
Yeah,
you high?
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Is he talking about
I forgot what it's
what is
called.
it called?
It's a specific type.
DMT?
It's not DMT. DMT. I've done quite a few of these now recently, and there's not much connection there unless you're really looking for it. Most of it's again just getting you high. But their bit, it's supposed to be it's almost liquid prana, which is prana is the name of what they call what the universe is made of, the energetic bits, what the vibration is, all of that. Prana is supposed to be like liquid
Prana.
prana, so that they can reach up and speak to
Is
these
is
other
that the name of the
beings.
drug or
No, that's what they call the makeup of reality. The drug, I don't remember the name. It's such a weird fucking name. And I was surprised. I had never heard of it, to be fair, but Joe Rogan had. But
Yeah, I think I heard him talk about taking like this crazy drug from like
so
South America.
so the problem with DMT, which yeah, that's South America. There's a couple types of DMT. There's some that's made from grass, and there's some that's made from a bark. It's the same basic chemical. It's just a different location, and then of course there's different rituals from different tribes and all of that. If you want to go into that angle of it, but on a chemical level, um, most people, I guess, from what I've heard, many stories of quite a few different bits, they meet the clockwork elves when they take DMT, which are, God, they got to be some kind of lesser demon, to be honest. But they're, from the stories I've heard and tales, they don't feel like something I ever wanted to communicate with. So luckily, I never dealt with that even when I had taken DMT. But it's there's a lot of different entryways, again spiritual entryways, energetic vibrational entryways, and like you're saying, it's very hard to know, to tell even if any of them are positive. that you're actually
Well,
moving forward. And from your perspective, and from a lot of people's too, there is no any of that is a slight against what the real path is. So I
I was
have no
I was
idea.
Freemasons, they
Yeah,
believe in architect. They don't say God, or they
yeah.
don't pick any particular God. They just say an architect.
Now, if you get
And
further, they call them archons, and they're a little bit
they
worse.
legit do rituals
Hmm.
and seances, and I don't think they have a clue what the hell they're inviting
Well, I think they
into their
they might
circle.
they might very well know exactly what they're doing, and that's the problem. But like the Bilderberg group, they worship basically a idol of Archimedes, which is an
Yeah,
idol of fucking Athena and Minerva. Minerva is probably the
the
Roman
owl.
version, and the Roman version's a lot worse than the Greek version. The Greeks had a romanticism to things. The Romans were very pragmatic, and they were very
Yeah,
cruel.
the Greeks are just like rape and
Well, the Romans were too, but
daughter on
the
father
Greeks were
stuff.
closer to nature, so they had the pagan kind of freedom to it, where the Romans had the rigidity and the structure and the need for control, and that can cause a lot of problems too, and that's where Minerva comes from. But most of the dark occult that I've seen comes from the school of Minerva lately, and there's a lot of that because she's the god of wisdom, goddess of wisdom, whatever. And so they think they're gaining
Oh
something
yeah,
worth
I've
it.
written some horror stories about
Yeah,
her.
it's not
Back in,
worth it. I mean, like Archimedes
it's funny
is
because I
all
used
right.
her in the same context as
Yeah.
it's a new world order kind of organization uses it as a
Yeah,
symbol.
and basically all of it too. It goes up to a point, and then those people are just using those rituals, those bits to control people below them. It's not even an actual exchange. It's the same basic cause of all power within religion, which is fucking control. But Ninja asked, which I was gonna kind of talk about. Have you guys ever read the Necronomicon? Depends which Necronomicon you're talking about. It's full of
The one
Anunnaki
from
gods. The one I
Bruce
know.
Campbell. That's the
No.
only one I know is the
Oh, well,
Bruce
that's
Campbell.
good. No, the legit one I know is by the Mad Arab. It was a guy who went insane because he witnessed a bunch of occult rituals, and he did his damnedest before he was overtaken by demons to put it to paper. That's what
Jeez.
the Necronomicon I've read was about. But there's a few different ones because the occultists love they most the goal of occultism is to gain some kind of power, and what greater power than over death? And that's what the Necronomicon's about. It's figuring out ways to control death, alter death, and it's as unnatural as you can get. I don't know the one that you're talking about that means Anunnaki gods. The Anunnaki gods are the Sumerian gods, so they're some of the oldest uh, archdemons or whatever you want to call them out there. But I don't know them very well, and I don't think the Mad Arab dealt with that. The main thing that stood out for me is he was riding out in the desert at some point. His horse, camel, whatever the hell it was, his ride got tired and sick and was about to die or whatever. So he's in the middle of the desert and he thinks he's gonna die, and he's just kind of crawling
Wait, what are you
along
talking
the sand. The Necronomicon, at least
about? Oh,
the
okay.
one by the Mad Arab. He's walking through the desert now because his horse is almost dying. And he's crawling because he's all fucked up.
On a horse with no name.
That's a good one. And he just stumbles across these magi in a big stone circle, and they're chanting something or whatever. And suddenly the rocks, big boulders, they were placed there. They probably couldn't have been moved there, middle of the fucking desert. I'm not sure where it's supposed to be, but I think Africa. Um, and he just sees these folks doing ritual, and then some weird light happens under the rocks, and then all the rocks end up lifting, and he's freaking the fuck out. He's never seen anything like this. That's part of what drives him mad. And he starts seeing things he cannot explain, horrors, slipping out from under these rocks and feeding something into these magi. And that part stuck with me very, very well because it is very much on a sacrificial bit for negative energy so that you have more power. Um, But that part I remember very well. I didn't read the whole damn thing. I don't read many occult texts all the way through because most of them are just gnarly or they're dumb. Yeah, you get two versions. Either it's really dark and just not worth your time, or it's poorly conceived and makes no sense. And it was just some guy who thought he had something and he didn't have anything. Uh, like I've read a lot of Crowley's work just so I could fucking understand it. Yeah, I don't understand it. It was just some asshole who somehow got some fucking power and decided to ram it in people, and it still left.
L. Ron Hubbard.
That's one of his. Yeah.
Jacked them up next. Like he took the title.
Yeah.
Well, he
yeah.
could never.
Yeah, he couldn't take the title, but then yeah, I do. He tried very hard. He was more of a snake oil salesman than even Crowley, though. Crowley made his money off of and his power off of actually having some applicable power. Whereas Hubbard, he had no applicable power. All he had was a good lie. So he really ran with those lies as best as he could, and he fucking did well. It's still lasting to this day, and he built a military off of them. So, I mean, you gotta, if you don't respect it, you gotta at least be impressed by it.
All these madmen.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. The Masons don't exactly.
Hitler.
Yeah,
there's the occult stuff Hitler did. I mean, his well, I don't know if Hitler was aware of it, but
Himmler was his right-hand man, and then Himmler was God, I forgot what the society was. It means something about the sun in German. I forgot what it was called, but the Thule Society was part of it. Yeah, that was a weird one. They were after anything of any occult significance, and I'm sure they got a hold of a couple things. But
I remember
especially through the raids. In Africa and shit, because that's the only reason they were taking Africa. There's no reason to fucking take Africa.
I remember
Africa's got nothing except history.
I remember reading or seeing about it was like a European town, and the people in the village were all like, "Oh, there's all these screams that come from these tunnels," and they said that those tunnels were where the Nazis took prisoners and did occult rituals and like killed them.
Yeah.
And they did that like all the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Blood magic's one of the oldest in existence because there's some power to murder. You can feel it, I'm sure. It's not something
Alex
I've
Jones
done.
talks about it.
Yeah, that's a bit. Well, yeah, Alex has his finger on the pulse of a lot of things, and he just interprets them very interestingly.
Loudly.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's pissed about him, and you know what? You get to be pissed about a lot of these things because there's a lot of very evil things out here. So I do not blame him for going a little bit mad off of it too, because as he said, I'm a little bit retarded. so he's
that was a pretty good impression.
Yeah, he's got a good Texan voice. I'm around him enough. But yeah,
Did
let me tell you
Joe
something,
Rogan interview with him?
Yeah, the last one he did, it was great. A lot of good. They have good chemistry. That's what I'm interested in more than anything is that communication between people. Because even what we're talking about now, that is the only reason any of that even has power. You can't get almost any of it in any kind of a cult. You can't get almost any of it done with just yourself. It's very rare. You can make charms. You can do curses. You can do a few blessings and boons, and watch those things somewhat manifest. But if you actually want something to happen, you do it at a concert. You do it on TV. You do it somehow with interpersonal connection where it reaches somebody else's energy to boost it. And Alex and Joe had a good energy about what they were dealing with. But I don't know. I've heard a lot of different things. Like Joe Rogan said that if he knew about aliens, if he was told, or if he could be told that they exist or whatever, actually get definitive proof shown to him, but he could never tell anybody. He would not tell anybody. He would actually want to know.
Edward Snowden probed all the military computers.
Oh, did he? Did he go that far? Because
And
I know he ran to Russia. So what else is he going to do with his
and
time?
he said he didn't find a single thing about aliens, and he hit all the servers and all the branches of the government.
That's a trip. Yeah, I would think that it's very
and he's
unlikely.
like, they're either don't exist at all or they're really, really well hidden.
It's supposed to be the really, really well hidden. I've heard, I don't know. I love humanity's lore because it's so crazy and it's so all over the place and everything's probable and everything's unlikely. Again, aliens can just be demons and gnarly manifestations from another realm, or they could be. It's very hard for me to see the positive influences, except for them being again extra dimensional. Angels do affect things. Angels do exist as well as demons. It's just very hard, and it's very unlikely for them to act unlike a demon, which they'll act if given the chance. Period, because they don't get the chance.
I dreamt about an angel this morning. Like,
huh.
I was talking to it on my front lawn. I have dreams where like the conversation ends, but I don't know what we talked about. like I was made to forget it.
Yeah.
And it's like it gets erased, and then in the dream that's kind of the feeling I got, and then I touched the angel's face and my hands went through it, and all I felt was like this really happy warm feeling, and then he just flew into the sky. Like he just like teleported up to the sky, and I was like, oh.
No, see, that's the thing too. We don't connect with that so often. But that's exactly what I was talking about my one connection through a dream. Also, they're less heavy-handed. They're very less heavy. I mean, we're not living in Old Testament days.
I'm a weeb sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm just playing games.
Yep, exactly.
I'm not. It sounds like I'm hitting it hard on the spiritual stuff. I'm just like you, and I'm dreaming this stuff.
Yeah, no, and that's the bit too. It's like with my one connection, it was to something. You're made to know it's
You're
okay.
hysterical. You're hysterical. Dude.
I am hysterical. Okay, you better value that too.
Obviously, the chemicals in your brain that day were mixed, and you were just thinking too much on one subject.
It was to be fair, that's very, very likely. No question. In fact, I was left with the impression that no way that it was just my brain doing something. But I was also made sure that that possibility could not be discounted, and that's where magic comes in. And that's what I love, even down to illusion magic. Simple card tricks, things like that. The point is to make something bigger than what's actually happening, and yet all of it has a function to it. It has movement. It has an existence, and it actually happened. You just don't know. And so there's a lot of that. The one connection I had was it was after my mother's death, and I was able to say goodbye to her.
How old were you? You were like 18 or something?
Let's see. This was 2015 when she passed.
Oh, it was not that long ago.
Yeah, it was only about 5 years ago. But she passed on a Friday the 13th, March 13th. So I've been having last month was pretty hard. Anywho, it was about a week later, 2 weeks later. I didn't get to say goodbye because she was in a coma. It was a gnarly situation that went on for months. Poor thing. Bad decisions I had. Well, not bad decisions, just hard decisions I personally had to make because my dad was also in jail at the time. It was a hell of a fucking time. So again, my brain could have done a lot of things.
You were in jail?
But, no, I wasn't. My dad was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So I was suddenly without the support network, but and he got himself in trouble because of what was going on. Blah blah blah. Anywho, the connection, the bit. There's a there's a surety, there's a message that's communicated to you of what's going on when it's something positive like that. Like during nightmares, that communication isn't there. It's not telling you that you shouldn't be afraid or that this connection. You are led to believe it's real. This one, it was like this isn't. I was made to remember everything that was said then. I can say it for basically for verbatim. It was weird too. I think my cat was part of the, or her cat was part of the medium because he was there as well, which was kind of weird. Older cat of hers. Um, I don't know, but the main point was that the thing that stuck with me in the bit that ended up, I don't know, it's part of me. Is what was said, and what she said was, know that I love you. Oh no, even though I sleep in between dreams, know that I love you and I will always be with you. And that was the last thing that was said, and from the word choice, from the feeling during the dream, and from the connection and all of that, it was very hard for me to distinguish it as anything else than being say goodbye. And on that level, of course, it could have been my brain being real nice to me and trying to give me something that I would have missed. Absolutely. But that was not what I felt, and it was not the experience. I was there with her at that moment. And the whole sleep in between dreams bit, uh, that's a biggie. Because people who do pass, they return in your dreams. They return in different manifestations like that, but they are gone otherwise. And the point of it being sleep, the rest, that also stuck with me. And I don't think I'm that kind to myself to have done
Kind to
that.
yourself?
Yeah, I don't think I'm that kind to myself to have made that up and put myself through that just to feel better about the situation. I don't think I'm that kind to myself. I don't think I'm that creative on that end. But who knows? Again, uh, but that was my, as you said, you had your ghost encounters. That was the closest thing I've had to that. Never had anything directly. I've had things moved, I guess. I've had a lost item put back in a place that it wasn't before, and then I was able to find it, and it was an important item to me. I've had that happen, but I've never had a direct like I saw something in real
Oh no,
life.
all my
Nothing like
stuff is
that.
like bad stuff,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, and
Like
it's go for it.
no, I was just saying like when it got for me it got bad where it started like all those experiences, it just got worse over the years.
Yeah.
So then I was hearing growls, then hisses.
Yeah.
Sometimes I would be in the basement and then I'd feel like a dog was coming behind me, and I would feel the danger and I would fall on the ground, and I turn around, there would be nothing there.
Yeah.
And items not like yours, but
Yeah.
like I would actually hear the item shaking in the next room.
Yeah, that's the thing. It wasn't. Yeah.
And
Closest I've been affected like that again is when I watched that fucking movie. Afterwards, for about a week, something was fucking following me. My mind and everything was hyper aware of that fact, and it made it very scary. So that I mean that shit, I'm not surprised.
there's like 3 more movies after that or something.
No, I know. And part of what ripped that fucker into my reality was that I had no idea it was a mockumentary. I thought it was a legit, like, this is footage that we took. So my whole mindset was on this is real. So the fear I'm feeling is real and deserves genuine respect, and therefore it made an entryway. But yeah, I'm sure if I watched 3 more of them, it would very much lose its power. Because it's just like, oh, okay, it's the same goddamn thing again. Okay. But yeah, it's a trip. Ninja says the Masons know exactly what they're doing. So this is from a little bit back. Why doesn't anyone talk about the Jesuits anymore? because I do not know much about the Jesuits.
I looked them up one time, and it's just like a bunch. Well, I skimmed it on Wikipedia, and it's like, oh,
Okay.
it's like veteran priests, and that's about it. Catholic
Okay.
veteran.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I did hear recently that the head exorcist for the Vatican, God, a good 10, 20 years ago, he quit because he knew that the Vatican had been infiltrated by demons.
Oh, there's the Pope before John Paul.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah.
the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I kind of. Well, and the Catholic Church overall has had a pretty fucked energy to it for a long time.
It's kind of prophesized that that's kind of supposed to happen.
Yeah, I could see that. It's the most centralized source of Christian power on earth. And not Christian as in derived from Christ, but Christian as in derived off of his namesake.
in the Bible, the church is not an organization. It's not an institution.
That's what I thought.
It's not a denomination. It's just people who just gather together.
That's what I thought. Any what two people who gather in my name, there I will be. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
So it's not under a banner.
Yeah, exactly.
That has a and with a head or anything like that. Somebody makes snapping rules.
Wasn't the original Pope Paul? Isn't that supposed to be the?
No. It was Peter.
Oh, that's the name. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, Peter.
That's what they say.
That's what they say.
I haven't researched it.
Okay. I have no idea. I just know South Park said it was a bunny, and I'm kind of more with that.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, it's a trip. It's a trip.
If I look at if I like study because I know like stuff the Catholic Church does, it's like in the Bible, Jesus says like, oh, God's not impressed with like your long prayers, your shouting, all these things you got memorized.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's what the Catholic Church does. They kind of blabber. They kind of like just do long.
Oh, they do crazy sermons and old rituals, and there's a lot of old pagan religion in Catholicism that they will never acknowledge.
They got some things right, but
and some people too will connect with the religion in a way that is positive. With Catholicism, some people will get what they need out of it, but yeah, it's
I mean,
anything
I go to a Catholic church.
Yeah,
but
there you go.
It's not the kind where it's like it does the ritual stuff.
Yeah, there's
where like I don't pray to the saints.
Well, yeah. Well,
I focus on Jesus, but I don't focus on because that's an idol.
Yeah, that's what they're telling you not to do.
Don't pray to idols. It's like I'm not gonna pray to no like saint.
No, and that's Catholicism too. So they have the saints, and then they also have all their symbology. And they use the pine cone's a big one, which is the pineal gland, which is the entryway for demons and angels.
Yeah, they do a lot of
weird shit. And I wouldn't be surprised. Satanism. There's the mainstream Satanism, and then there's the undercurrent. I know a lot of people who escaped the undercurrent, the really gnarly bit that's a Catholic priest during the day can be, and I've definitely heard tales of are satanic priests at night. And that fits right into Satanism. It goes straight with the law. It's like, you put on one face this way, and then you put on the other next. There's a lot of that in every organized religion.
How I look at it is like there's nobody's perfect.
Exactly, and that was kind of what Christ was trying to say too.
Not like I'm giving somebody a free pass. I'm just saying none of us are perfect.
No.
Even if we try to be the best person we could be.
Yep. No, and
Like remember we talked about like we're kind of designed to sabotage ourselves when we have success.
Well, that's supposed to be part of the original, well, not that specifically, but that overall, there's a lot in Christianity that deals with that from original sin, as in you're born a sinner. So you're not trying to, yeah, you're not perfect, and then you ruin yourself. You're already kind of in trouble. You're trying to better yourself. That's supposed to be how you see it, and I can appreciate that.
I mean, like the Old Testament's like there to show you that you can't, like, look how hard it is to get into heaven with obeying 200 commandments and stuff.
Yeah.
The book of Moses, the laws of Moses.
Yeah.
That's kind of soul crushing, trying to follow all those rules.
Oh no, I mean people are.
And
yeah.
That's kind of like a placeholder. Like, look how hard it is to get into heaven by works, by doing these works, and look how much it's so easy to get into it by believing in Jesus. And you look at Buddhism, it's the same way, where people have karma.
Yeah.
And karma is pretty much just sin. It's
Yeah,
you
similar enough.
you gain karma, and it's bad. And when you die, you pay your karma in full in the next life.
Yep.
And people try to get rid of their karma or lessen their karma by following like 200 commandments in Buddhism, and women follow more. But it's pretty much I'm trying to get I'm trying not I don't know if it's Nirvana. Is it Nirvana?
Well, yeah. It depends on what your path. That's one of the other things with them is there's a few different paths. Some people are just they're trying to get to Nirvana. Some reach Nirvana and then they come
better
back.
Position in the next life.
Yeah.
And it's like
the whole
they're trying to gain something by
Hinduism was based on a fucking caste system, and then karma justified that caste system, and that pisses me off unbelievably. If you were born a poor piece of shit, then that was because you were shit last life, and so you got to deal with it again. So I should be able to treat you like shit because I was born rich.
Yeah,
so my karma's better. That shit, there's no spirituality to that. That's all power play and greed.
If you look at the original, well, what is kind of the original teachings of Buddha, you could see that he kind of realized that too.
Yeah, he ran from it pretty good.
But Tibetan Buddhism kind of mixes Hinduism. Which it's like, because I think they're also vegans too sometimes.
Yeah.
And and they worship gods like the Hindu gods, and like that's pretty much like the first thing Buddha like walked away from.
It's true. That was one of the first things. He was like, "Yeah, no, we got to figure out what we are. that's what matters." But and then he got a little stuck up his own ass towards the end, like most of those folks do, and then said, "This is the way only." Whereas, to be fair, Christ is like, "This is the only way," but the way to get here, there's a lot of ways. So it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing. It's
a spiritual journey, but you gotta walk it.
Yep. Learn your path on the way. Be grateful for it. That's the number one thing I've seen through almost all religions is gratitude. Gratitude usually builds positivity. All of them, from Satanism up, basically, is gratitude ends up taking care of you.
If you seek spiritual truth with all your heart, it will eventually be revealed to you.
Yeah, that's what I would.
It may not be now, it may not be tomorrow, it may not be in a few years, but it will in a moment in your life be. If you're, you're diligent. And it may not be who you expect or what you expect.
Exactly.
But if you're seeking it, with all your intention, spiritual truth, the true spiritual truth, that I'm pretty sure that's a promise for anybody who seeks spiritual
I think so too. That's the
Meaning,
whole point of it. Throughout any of those things, even from the darker fucking corners of it. It's.
well, if you're seeking dark stuff, like I mean, of course, you know.
Well, no, it'll come back to you. You're gonna find dark stuff. You're looking for
Yeah,
it.
that's
You're
what I'm
gonna find
saying.
it.
You know,
But that's exactly what you're saying.
you get a
Is you go
shovel, you're
looking
gonna
for
look.
it.
You're gonna go dig in a minefield. You're gonna find a mine.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the bit. But some people don't realize that, or think they're gonna find gold in that field. Um, that's there's a lesson there eventually. We'll figure it out eventually. But yeah,
As we're looking at plague at the
yeah,
United Nations here.
that's been a trip too. I don't this whole bit. The number one thing I've noticed, just like today, I took a buddy out to go shopping and such, and yeah, people have really let fear into their hearts lately, like really let it in. Today was the first day in town that I could actually it was palpable. I could feel it from people, and it kind of sucked.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who I put on the mask, and people just get out of my way or avoid me. Like they get the shopping cart, and they just take the opposite way.
Yeah, it was weird today. Most everybody in the store today was wearing a mask. I wasn't. My buddy wasn't. No need. At this point, there's fucking 10 cases. Not even in my town. There's 2 cases in my town.
Of what?
COVID.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's only about 2 fucking cases in my town.
I
So,
thought you meant beer.
oh man, that'd be crazy. Alcohol sales have gone up 70% since COVID went down, and domestic violence has gone up 80%. So that's been
Yeah.
fun. Yeah, people need to not be together all the time. That's just a fact of life. No matter how much you love them, no matter how much they matter to you, eventually you need your
Yeah, you gotta
peace.
go
You
out
need
and
to be you. And people aren't getting that opportunity by government mandate, and hopefully it's not boots on the ground by gunpoint. That's when I'm going to be freaked out. Once they have National Guard on the ground with AR-15s just patrolling the street to make sure people stay inside, that's when we need to worry.
You know, Michigan stopped the sale of seeds, garden seeds.
I did notice that. These
I
non-essential
saw it on
items.
Twitter
Yeah.
in my timeline,
Yeah, I saw that too. Fucking crazy.
and I've been buying up seeds.
Do it,
You know,
man.
trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, oh man.
No, it depends on how far this government control. So there's I've kind of been learning there's two main gods that these things have been worshiping for a long time. Where Satanism comes from, and maybe where Christianity comes from. Probably not, I don't know. But there was a snake god and there was an eagle god. Best way to say it. They're a lot more than that. Enlil and Enki, the old what he was talking about, the Anunnaki gods before, Sumerian gods, Enlil and Enki. Um, the snake god was the weaker god who would not emit. He's not the big G. That was the big bit with him, is that he would not admit that he created everything. He was the most powerful go-to, but he is strong and will take care of you. Where the eagle god was, oh, I am the big badass. You will worship and listen to me. And that's where we get a lot of our Roman, why we still use our
Anunnaki
eagles.
lore?
Those are, Anunnaki lore, yeah. Anywho, between those two factions, there's been a war between those two factions for forever, a spiritual, ideological war. One, the snake god kind of worshippers, they want to keep people in a cattle situation where they're comfortable, but they're not free. And so you can use them for their fear, or their energy, or direct them where you want them to build things, whatever. Whereas the eagle guy was fine with that up till recent years. Recent years, he's been wanting more energy, and recently they've been trying to give it to him by spreading fear and control a lot harder. And anywho, I can kind of see this, if this was it, I can kind of see the power plan. Allegedly, Trump is from the snake god camp, where they want to keep people unaware of their slavery, whereas a lot of the other bits, the Bill Gates bits, the people who want to put chips in you, the people who want to control where you're going, the commies, those guys, the people who want to own you, body and soul. Uh, that's the other side, and I am kind of seeing that because we're seeing Bill Gates and such. Oh, we need 18 months in this vaccine, and then we see Trump. Well, I have this medicine that can treat the disease right here that seems to work in most cases, and we can get this economy reopened. And allegedly that Hillary was who they wanted in right now, so that she would have ushered us into this new world order of gnarly control and complete Orwellian fucking
I don't know how she
dictatorship.
would. I don't know how she could have done anything more worse than it already is.
That's the thing. I have no idea. I don't know any of this. I just do know that we can see this dichotomy at war, and I don't know if it goes as far back as I've stumbled across or if it's just how things are. Humanity's kind of comes from a dichotomy. That's the whole reason we have Taoism, which is another fucked religion, but has some decent things to learn from. But that's another one that was a big caste system one, and had the well, if you're getting bad things against you, it's because you fucking deserve it. That's not always true,
Jeez.
but that's Taoism will say that, and anything that believes in karma usually will say that. And what are you saying? Those kids who are born and then turned into sex slaves, they fucking deserve that from their karma? It doesn't make any damn
Yeah.
sense. It's that shit that I cannot connect with. That makes no damn sense. But yeah, it's a very hard world out there, and people have been trying to figure it out for a long time. And we've gotten a couple great masters and great teachers, and some of those lessons have actually made it through the ages, which is wonderful. I try to focus on that.
What do you call it? I had a dream after I read those books about the monks.
Oh yeah, you were showing me that.
You know, they were
Yeah.
converting.
Yeah.
And one in the dream, it said, uh, "This is how uh, this is how karma would work." And it said, the voice said to me, uh, this is the rat, and this is the snake, and the rat has the bad karma, and so the rat will get eaten by the snake, and that would repeat over and over and over and over, and it would feel like 100 years to the rat. And that's how karma, the cycle, would look like.
That's kind of what I've seen too, because they talk about,
And
oh well, yeah, you're going to go up or down each time. Well, a lot of people will be stuck in the same thing, and so there's a possibility that you just keep redoing the same damn thing again and again and again. And that again doesn't make any damn sense.
there's a Thailand Buddhism. They have a story uh, that they talk about, and it's one of the Thailand kings, one of their former kings, and he was a very good king. He followed all the teachings of Buddha, and you could say he was guaranteed nirvana. And he went to go see his son one day, and he did something where he should have, like, I don't know, saved a fish from like drowning or something. I mean, not fish. He should have put the fish from like he should have put something where it could have saved its life.
Yeah, okay, I
And-
get you. Yeah.
or he did something that it was impure when he looked at it. That's the thing. He looked at something that looks very, very, very minor, and in his mind it counted as an impure thought. And
Oh.
and
So that
when he
ruined it
died,
for him. Yeah.
when he died, the son who followed the teachings of Buddha went to Nirvana, and he said, "Where is my father?" Because he saw an angel there, and the angel's all like, "Oh, your father did not achieve Nirvana." And the son goes, "Oh, send the prince son said, send me back to wherever my father is." And he became a rat. He was reborn as a rat, and he found his father, who was a serpent. And the serpent catches the rat, and the rat's like, "No, I'm your son. You used to be a king, and I was your son. I was a prince." And he says like, "Oh yeah," and then like he convinces his father, Snake, and he's all like, "How long until you come back to Nirvana?" And the snake's all like, "For my impure thought, I count the scales on my body. That is how many more lifetimes I must live like this before I move on."
Yeah, that's a control factor as far as I can tell, especially since it's being told through the rulers. They tell their servants that, and if you fucking step out of line, you're not only cursed and gonna be whipped now, you're gonna be whipped for eternity in the same spot.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
the same.
much.
It's the same thing with Catholics and saying the fire and brimstone is gonna eat you for eternity, when the whole point of Christianity is salvation. It doesn't make much
Well,
sense to me.
like karma, like when people think about karma, the thing that makes it appealing is that bad people get what they deserve,
Yeah.
and good people get rewarded.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much same thing. It's like bad people have to get, like Hitler, have to get punished. Like they can't get away with it.
I've always leaned a little bit more. If I have a hard time believing in a eternal hell. That's one I've always had a problem with. Where, like you were saying, even the snake scales, he would eventually move past that. Whereas, you make one mistake in life and you didn't hint on it, and then you're stuck for eternity in incomprehensible pain. That doesn't make much sense from
Well,
the
in Buddhism, there's also hell.
yeah, yeah, no, I know,
So,
but even
which
Islam, fucking Islam says, you get fucking punished until you got punished. Until you've served your time. Um, that makes more sense to me, and even then, if they
I
just throw
need
you
to
back to
read
the
it.
wolves. But
There's a lot. Hey, Casper. Good morning, Casper.
yeah, howdy, good morning, man. We're having an interesting late night talk on our end. I don't think it's
We're
morning
being
for me
weirdos.
yet. Yeah, we're being weirdos, but it's fine.
We're
It's channel
discussing.
content.
We're researching Jack stuff.
Kind of, honestly. But yeah, no, in Islam, depending on what you did, you are punished according to it, and then eventually you are still sent. Yeah, and you're not sent back to life. You're sent straight to heaven after you've punished because you've cleaned up, you've served your time. The weird bit with it is all the other things they use a religion for. There's a lot of other things in there.
Well, I didn't hear you. Your laugh took you out of the mic.
Oh, good, worth it. But yeah, no, that's that bit I always kind of found interesting of that, because they have a lot of Judeo-Christianity in their faith and how it's set up and how it works. Allah's a lot angrier. He's very more Old Testament,
Well,
but
like Jesus came along and said some stuff, and then Muhammad kind
yeah,
of came along and steamrolled everything, and then he introduced new teachings, which are
well,
more
yeah, it's
Old
what.
Testament,
Yeah, I was gonna say it's what you get
angry.
when a warlord ends up taking over a religion of peace. That's what happens. He was most definitely a warlord. He was a conqueror and a killer and a
Oh yeah,
rapist, and
he conquered a lot of Jewish settlements. He killed
yeah,
them by the thousands.
yeah, not a.
So the Quran says.
Yeah, that's also that's very true. You never know. You never freaking know. But
Probably. I mean, because
but
Islam is like what came 2,000 years later
it well,
after.
about 1500, no, 1200 years.
1,200 years. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
the Crusades. There was quite a few Crusades. Quite a few Crusades. I think the first couple were just after the Magna Carta, so just after 1215. And the Magna Carta was one of the first. That was an important little piece of human spirituality, whether or not we'll acknowledge it as such. That
Yeah,
was the first time. Yeah, we
it gave
gave.
royal people rights, right?
Yep. finally, when even they didn't really have rights. Yeah, it was, and of course that didn't work, but it was the first time people had come together to actually face a who was claiming to be the Word of God. That was a hell of a thing. People to come together and tell the king, the messenger of God, put in that place by God, to tell you what to fucking do.
Well, first it was the
You told
Pope.
them what to do. Yeah,
First it
exactly.
was the Pope, but then
Pope lost power.
yeah, the Pope lost power. Some guy came along and he kind of released the Bible for everybody to read.
Yeah, that was the big
And
one.
from that, like denominations splintered off. But what was it? What was the guy? King Henry the Eighth.
He was the one who wanted a bunch of divorces because he couldn't get a son out of anybody because his fucking his biology wouldn't allow him to put out a
But
Y chromosome.
okay, I guess it was before that then. But
Yeah.
everybody was like,
Yeah, he was the divorce guy.
all the
He was the
kings,
guy
all
who
the kings in Europe are all like, well, I'm a king, so that means I'm chosen to do what I want.
The Romans, what happened there was the Romans were finally beaten, and they were beaten back. So you had a couple different Roman empires. You had the German Holy Roman Empire. You had Constantine's Roman Empire, which was Byzantine. It was
Yeah, it was the East.
yeah, I think and that was the one that broke up and changed a lot of the rules.
And the Western Roman Empire kind of went on for a little while.
Yeah.
After the East fell.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm talking about the Western one. Yeah, for sure. They were the last one, and he was the one who adopted Christianity as their official faith for the Roman Empire. It's why the Pope is Roman. It's kind of established where the Vatican was and all that. They weren't part of that, if I remember right. I don't think Italy was part of the Roman Empire at that point because of it being broken up. But there was something to do with that.
It broke up really good.
Yeah, well, it did its job for like a couple thousand years. It did its fucking job. But yeah, if I remember right, it was Constantine who had a big effect. He set up the Gregor did the Gregorian calendar, but it was something to do with the calendar too, and he tried to standardize a lot of that.
Oh yeah, I heard about it.
So that was I think
they
that's
kept
when the
having,
Bible
like, an
changed.
extra day or something.
Yeah. There's some weird stuff at that point, but that's
Neil Tyson explained it really good. He was like, "Oh, that was real science they used."
I wouldn't be surprised. There was some crazy. That's one of the things. Islam bred a lot of crazy good scientists, which was crazy. You wouldn't expect that, but I guess you got nothing else to do in the middle of the desert in your tent,
It's hot out there.
It's hot out there, so you're just stuck in your tent, just trying to figure out how to make it less hot.
I get why they're angry.
Yeah, what was it, Mr. Garrison, South Park? Can't jack off. Stuck in the desert, sand in your crack.
Oh yeah.
Getting all pissed. Dude, yeah, he's talking about.
I can't believe you remember that.
Oh man, I've watched way too much TV over and over. But it's enjoyable, and hopefully I get something out. But no, yeah, he's talking about something about that, why they're so pissed off.
Did you see the China episode?
Banned in China?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. They flipped him right the hell off. So now, if you're gonna buy a DVD from South Park, you can guarantee it's not made in China.
Fuck the Chinese government.
There's, man. It's long overdue.
I'm in trouble in the future for saying that.
Well.
Oh well.
Just be happy. It's not a generational thing yet. It's not your kids who are gonna be suffering from the same problem like North Koreans.
I probably ain't gonna have no kids.
Yeah, I have no idea what this world myself. I'm leaving any door open and praying because I think that's a hell of a. It's one of the most obvious journeys of a man's life is fatherhood. It's kind of hard to ignore that possibility if it was to show itself in the proper light. But otherwise, yeah, I don't want to get thrust into that shit. I'd be terrible.
Yeah.
No, thank you. I definitely don't want to be
I
tricked
almost
into
had a
it.
few accidents where I almost got thrust into
Yeah.
like, oh man, if like a year from now, I no, like it'll be like a year later. Oh, she would be here with like a big belly.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would be. I don't know what I would do, man.
Yeah, no, it's a heck of a thing. I've
I mean,
definitely done my
what I'm
best.
saying is like, yeah, you got to be ready for it.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, and hopefully you planned it and wanted it, even though you probably won't get what you want because that's not how life works. It's going to be a lot harder than what you want. It's hopefully that's how you go about it. But
True, true.
you never know. You never know. Hopefully with the right person, that's supposed to be part of it too. It's the trio, again that holy trinity, child,
Did
mother,
you
father. But it's a
did you
it's an
ever?
interesting one.
You should travel.
Yeah, I don't travel. I haven't
You
had
should.
I've traveled a little, I guess. To be fair, I've been able to see the ocean when I wouldn't have if I had just stayed in place.
No, I mean like like you could buy like a well, you can't do it now, but like this is what a lot of Japanese people do, and they buy a Greyhound ticket that like hits a lot of U.S. cities, and that's kind of how they get their vacation
That could work. That's kind of
by
smart.
touring. They kind of like tour.
Yeah, and I'd assume you just end up hitting a hotel or something in one of the cities eventually.
If
You hit
if
another
if yeah
bus. Because I
yeah
guess you could sleep on the bus too if you really wanted, but
yeah, you're sleeping on the bus or
that's not too bad. But yeah, like you're
uh,
saying, not now. I mean, fuck. What was that? I just saw footage of some guy. He tried to get on a bus without a mask, and the fucking state cops dragged him out and beat the
oh
shit out
yeah, I
of him,
saw
broke
that.
his phone and all that. Ooh boy,
Jeez.
that's very
Welcome to
American.
America.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
that's very American. That's not at all Chinese. Oh
Your
boy.
credit score's too low.
To travel, yeah, on the bus, and you don't have a mask. You didn't earn your mask credit today. Yeah, I know, man. They're gonna have a much cleaner social credit score once all this virus has slowed down around the world. China's China's not gonna have as many problems as they did before the virus. I'm just gonna
You
say
know,
that, except for international problems. Hopefully, if it's what it really kind of feels like this fucker is, I really hope the international community doesn't just let it slide.
China has had a problem tracking foreigners in their country,
I'm not surprised.
especially Americans,
Yeah,
and
well,
they hacked what was it, like a firm in New York City, a bank or something, and they took like 200 and something million social securities, driver's license pictures
oh yeah,
to put in
anybody.
their system.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
So, their cameras could like have data if you ever
yeah.
visit it.
Yeah, fuck that. Great Wall ain't worth it anymore, folks. Sorry. At one point it was,
It
and
collapsed before.
I'm not surprised.
It collapsed. It's like it collapsed. No, they repaired it with like garbage, and then it collapsed.
I was gonna say, yeah, okay, that works too. That kind of makes sense. They're gonna work cheap. They're gonna work fast, and they're gonna hope it
Yeah.
lasts. Well, they're not gonna just work cheap. They're gonna work free. It's communism, just in all but actuality, because it's like, oh well, I guess we need a free market. Kind of has to happen, but we're still commies. Trust me, it's still the Communist Party. They can't even keep their own shit. It's such a weird world. It's a very odd world. A lot of different places could have been stuck with, and I'm very happy where I'm at.
You know,
Comparatively.
Beijing. There's like a before and after map. Not, sorry, before and after image of Beijing city from the 90s till now,
Oh, I bet
and
that's
there's
crazy.
literally nothing there from the 90s, and then like 20 years later, it's like it's like New York City.
Yeah, they went through that modernization very quickly. What was it? Japan actually they leaned into it better, but they did the same damn thing. Japan saw it coming basically during our old west, and when they opened their borders up again, basically at gunpoint, we did point a bunch of cannons at them and say, we will come back with our army if you're not going to trade with us. But once they saw that coming, they jumped right onto modernization, and what was it,
Yeah,
between 1900 and fucking 1950, everything changed from how they worked to how their cultural system worked. Everything they fucking reinvigorated, which is crazy.
yeah, they were like before what was it? Before like the 1880s, they were like all like 80% peasants, all
Yeah.
of Japan. There were still medieval traditions. There was still
Yeah.
there was
Well, they had
you
been
know
at civil war for fucking ever. That's what Japan always did. Is they'd get another shogunate, and then he'd have his shoguns who would rule
yeah,
their
the
own little
shogun had like
territories, and then they'd fight the fuck out of each other trying to gain more land. So
he had
nobody
more
actually
power
was
than the
cohesive.
emperor.
Because of the military, yeah. They had to make the only reason the emperor had any power was the whole again, the religion aspect. He was put there by God.
No,
But
it's Amaratsuru.
that's it.
Amaratsuru. It's
Yeah,
it's
sun god.
the sun goddess.
Yeah, yeah. The wolf from that Capcom game. She put him there.
I remember the name because it's Uchiha Itachi's like attack from the Sharingan. It's called Amaratsuru.
Cool. And I know it just from that wolf from oh god, what's it again? Okami.
Bleach.
Okami is the name of
Oh,
the game.
Kami. Yeah, I played that
Yeah,
game.
yeah. That's the only reason I know it, and because she also showed up in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. You could play as God. They say it so fast in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 too. I don't even know if the English guy really wanted to pronounce it. He's like, I'm arrested. He just says it so damn fast. But yeah, I know her from that. But yeah, she put there by a goddess. That's the only reason he had power at that point, because the military was not under his control. And
I mean,
eventually he modernized and actually made his own military, and then that
I mean,
stood up
it's just a
against the
symbol at
shoguns.
this point,
Oh, now it is, yeah.
a cultural symbol. Like,
Yeah, they still keep him there. Just it's the same with the Queen of England, allegedly.
yeah,
Now
England
she's got a
too.
lot of other bits because of the whole Catholic Church connection and Protestant Church connection, and the old weird history of
Well,
England.
Prince
But
Charles belongs to a lot of secret societies
well, allegedly that whole
or orders.
family comes from a bloodline that should not be on the throne because they didn't go through the proper ritual. Um, because the legit family has the piece that they need to go to do the legit ritual. The
Weren't
the
they German?
the Windsors are partially basically everything's inbred. They're German, they're French, they're fucking Hungarian,
Yeah, they
they're
changed their
everything.
name. Their name was it wasn't Windsor. It was like a German name.
Yeah. Um, but the Windsor family, why they changed their name to the Windsors? There was a war with the Scottish king, and he had the bloodline that was supposed to take the throne at the time, but the English didn't want to give him the throne because he was Scottish. So there was a war over it,
And he
and
had
they
a samurai
won.
partner
Well, that would be badass. But
named
no,
Samurai Jack.
he had, but he has the stone. King Arthur's stone, basically, is what it is. The stone that the King of England is supposed to derive their power from.
But you know
He
I'm
had
talking about
that.
the Scottish guy from.
Yes. Oh,
Okay, never.
absolutely. With the machine
I
gun
can
leg,
see.
absolutely.
Yeah,
He's a fucking awesome character. Is a
yeah,
great
pretty. It
one
fits.
of
It works.
what's his name's best roles? DiMaggio, Joe DiMaggio, John DiMaggio, John DiMaggio.
John DiMaggio.
Yeah, Joe DiMaggio is a baseball player. John
Yeah,
DiMaggio
yeah,
plays
yeah.
Bender and plays fucking Jake in Adventure Time. A couple other roles. But anywho, uh, allegedly that's the bit, is that there's a specific thing that you have to kneel on when you get coronated to be the actual king, and so it's been like 400 years since they've had a legit English king on the throne. And so that's been part of this whole dichotomy too that I was talking about, that has the whole eagle snake god. That's
That
supposed
sounds
to be
like
part of
Dark
it.
Souls 3.
It could be the whole Illuminati secret society. A lot of mass media is controlled by these
Because in Dark Souls
factions.
3, you become like a king for like the new world.
Yeah.
If you link the fire and like the dark side of the dark element of the game's making you do like this coronation where like you kill a princess, but it's a wedding, and it's like it's like all this crazy shit.
That
That's what it
sounds.
sounds like that you're explaining.
Yeah, it's a weird sense, weird bit of lore. It's right after the Vikings stopped invading. The Saxons had kind of settled, so the Vikings started breeding with everybody. So there was this big mixed race in England, and it had more intention of taking the throne than the Scots, but the Scots had the bloodline mix also. It's a weird fucking war. Again, it's just, if nothing else, it's the obvious dichotomy that perpetuates all of reality from our perspective.
What
If
did they
nothing
fight?
else.
Who was fighting the Beast People in the 13th Warrior? Was it Vikings or Celtics?
I don't know that. Is it a movie?
The 13th Warrior?
Yeah.
All right, let me make sure that's the name of the movie.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound like it sounds like a movie I've heard of, but it doesn't sound like one I've seen.
Yep, it's the 13th Warrior,
Okay.
1999.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No idea.
Dude, you
Who's in
really
it?
haven't seen?
Yeah, no. Who's in it?
I don't know, but like
People.
I'll tell you the story. The story is
Yeah.
like
Okay.
this. It's this IREP guy who's like a traveler, comes from the Middle East, and he arrives into like medieval Europe.
Okay.
And I don't know. I think he either lands in Ireland or England, and he's hanging out with like these armored like Viking dudes, and they've been having trouble fighting this menace, and it's like these bear werewolf monster people, and
I'm guessing to the north, right? Because that's
yeah,
what.
to the north.
Yeah, the Picts. It was the fucking Picts. Yeah.
Have you seen this?
No, I haven't. But that's what medieval Europe saw the Scots as. So yeah,
And
keep going.
whenever they attack, there's like these drums from the northern people, and they literally light the whole forest on fire as they're descending down from the mountain. So there's like a long line, like a long snake trail of flames, and they always take their bodies, and if they get killed, and the Vikings are look at it as a supernatural enemy they're fighting.
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
And the IRAP guy is kind of there as like a special
an outside observer,
military advisor.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And he's like trying to tell them how to fight them, how to overcome this like crazy enemy that came out of nowhere. And I guess the enemy they're fighting is like a cannibalistic, like
yeah. I was gonna say it's probably it's probably not the Picts, but it is based on the Picts, which were the Scottish pagan tribes, which did some crazy shit. I mean, you think of what Scots are known for today, and you kind of take it back to a more medieval time. Yeah, they did some crazy shit.
You'd love that movie, man.
I bet I would. It sounds really interesting.
That movie's up your alley.
It does sound like yeah. I'm curious what an Arab has to say to a bunch of Vikings too on battle strategy. That's kind of surprising to me because Arabs were a lot of quick horse battle raids or
yeah, they make fun of his sword.
Do they? His scimitar or whatever it probably is.
Yeah,
because
like he can't swing the Viking sword, so he like crafts like a scimitar, and they're all like, and he could cut now, and they're all like, they laugh at him. They're like, "What are you gonna cut with that, grass or something?"
Oh, that's because it looks like a scythe or whatever. That's funny.
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah, no, the Vikings were a hell of a thing too. They had some and their conversion to Christianity is a hell of a thing too. They had an interesting journey. Most of it was because they were raiding the Europeans.
Oh yeah.
I saw how powerful their god was, and was like, huh.
Remember in Beowulf, the 3D movie? Did you see that one?
I did see it, but it's been a few years. Angelina Jolie's in it. I remember that very well.
Where they're all like like the advisor tells the king, he's all like, "Should we pray to the new Roman god Jesus?" And he's like, "No, no, no, no." And the king goes back to his like shed. because they're Vikings, and it's still before.
Yeah.
Still
What
before
was it?
all that.
Have you ever watched the show Vikings?
No, I heard it's been blowing up lately, even though
It's
it's been
pretty
out
good.
for a while.
Yeah, they're finishing like the whole story because it is on the History Channel. They tried to follow some of the history. Ragnar in this he captures. He's the first guy to get across the sea to England to find a new land, and so he captures a couple slaves. One of them's a Christian monk, so he learns to talk with this monk and figures it. And starts learning, and so he's one of the first Vikings to convert. He actually wants to be baptized and all of that. Eventually, his brother wants that too when they go and invade France, and so his
Is this
brother's
like legit
baptized.
history, or
Yeah,
is it a
it's
drama?
legit. No, it's legit. Well, the plot line is legit history. The inner drama bits are drama. It's
Okay. Is it very
overhyped.
Games of Thrones?
I would say it's better if you
Better?
like history. I'm not.
Okay,
I
I'll probably
wasn't a
look at
fan of Game of Thrones just because it was a lot of here's sex and gore and violence. Here's sex and gore and violence. Keep watching. Sex, gore, violence.
Penises flying across the screen.
Yeah, no, Vikings like here's some history, here's some kind of neat ideas, here's some sex, here's some gore. Here's some history, here's some neat ideas, here's some sex, here's some gore. So it's kind of interesting. Ragnar's the first Viking to break out of their own culture, is what it was. They combined his history with I think one of his ancestors, because his ancestor invented the compass. And so that's how they were able to sail without, once you hit the open ocean, there's no landmarks or anything to point, and that was a big deal for everybody. Once you get out there, you're lost. There's just no
They would just
reference
use the
points.
stars, though.
Well, yeah, that's at night, but during the day,
Ah,
what do?
okay.
You end up using a compass if you got that far. And so that was his bit, and that's how they got all the way on their tiny little boats to England from Scandinavia.
I did not know that.
And in fact, the cool thing about Viking boats is that they could take them up rivers too. So once they hit England, they were actually able to sail up into the heart and raid from the heart and then sail back on out on the same boats. That's why they were so fucking effective. They were quick moving and really strong.
Apparently, they reached Canada.
Yeah, allegedly they did. Which I would not be surprised. A
Is
lot
there a
of
movie
ships
about a
went out and
Viking
never came
kid?
back.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
No, I don't.
There's a movie that came out like a couple years ago, like 5 or 6 years ago. It's a Vikings come to Canada. A baby survives like the Viking crash, or they get killed, and it gets
Yeah.
adopted by the Native Americans.
Huh.
And he's like a big buff, a Native American Viking dude now, and he's fighting the colonial people that come,
Oh, huh.
or something like that. Yeah.
No, that's a trip. No, there are basically they still won't acknowledge it because we have our whole history thing, and Columbus had to be the one to find it. But Native Americans, especially on the East Coast, have had tales of big white blonde motherfuckers coming up for hundreds of years before any other white motherfuckers showed up. So they knew white men existed, and the Vikings and the natives had better relations simply because they had a much similar culture than the Europeans and the natives ended up having. But so the exchanges weren't as violent, so it didn't leave as much of a historical stain either. So it's not talked about as much. But yeah, it's a trip. It's a heck of a culture. But no, Vikings is worth watching. I lost interest once it goes on from Ragnar's story to his son's story, and his sons, he's got like 4 sons. They're pretty interesting stories. Ivar the oh god, Ivar the Terrible or something like that. Ivar the I don't remember what they call him, but he was a handicapped. His legs were he was born fucked up, all mangled. His legs were all screwed, and he becomes one of the greatest kings in Scandinavian history, and I think he's the dad
well,
of
never mind.
Harold Bluetooth, which we got Bluetooth from. I think it's something like
I was
that.
thinking about the British king. Remember, he's like really he had a twisted spine.
Oh no, I don't know him.
Yeah, and well, when he
But it's
died on
that
the
inbreeding.
battlefield, all these intestinal parasites came out of him.
Oh.
Yeah, it was really gruesome.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a fun guy. No, this guy he was just paraplegic is what it was,
Yeah.
but it's because he was born weird, and his mom had a weird history, and it's got this whole pseudo spiritual bit where Ragnar is supposed to be the son of Odin, and then his son is like a curse from his first wife or whatever, or another wife, and that's why he's born like that, and he's got a weird eye also with the twisted body. It's an interesting show. I would definitely check it out. The first bit when they raid France is a hell of a scene too, because they actually did what they went for Paris. They fought Charlemagne, the fucking Vikings. Crazy motherfuckers. They didn't win because they were betrayed, but they tried. Which is that's
Yeah,
a heck of a
I
thing.
heard,
All the way
I
to
heard tales
France.
of that.
Yeah.
I heard that there was tales of nuns in what do you call those places that they hang out in?
Nunneries?
Monasteries?
Yeah,
Monasteries?
yeah, monastery. That's
Yeah.
more for a monk. I think there is a specific one for nuns, but same idea.
Cloister, a cloister or something.
Oh
Or,
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
or like they I was it was like it was like many. They're all like, oh, when the Vikings came, the nuns would get a knife and they would cut off their nose and lips so the Vikings wouldn't rape them,
Yeah.
so they could appear ugly to them.
Yeah, the Vikings had that whole lesser being kind of mentality going for them. They definitely thought anything weak enough not to defend itself from you did not deserve any mercy. So a lot
Sounds
of
like the Spartans.
yeah, same basic idea. I mean, all those old warrior cultures, that's kind of what comes from might makes right. If you can't fucking stop me from doing it, then I have the right to do it.
I remember History Channel did a thing with Spartans, and they're all like, back then, how a Spartan found a wife was like he would try to force himself on her when she was alone, and if she couldn't defend herself, then she wasn't worth like
Yeah.
keeping,
They had a lot of shit
But
like
if she,
that
if,
when they were
but
5
if she
years.
could fight you off, she was a keeper.
Yep. Fucking A. That's I could see that too. They did the same thing with their kids. Eventually, they couldn't eat unless they stole the food.
Yeah.
And if they were caught, they were beaten as if they stole food.
And
So it was, yeah.
and their rite of passage was like they would have to kill a slave.
Yeah. They'd have to kill him in secret and not get
Silently.
caught. Yeah.
The slave would be put in a place surrounded by guards, and they would have to infiltrate, dispatch the slave quietly without the guards finding out.
I mean, it kept their culture safe for a while. It didn't keep it forever, obviously.
Not against the Persians.
Nope. Hell, even the fucking Athenians stuck around a little bit longer, if I remember right. But yeah, it's
yeah.
Those warrior cultures are a hell of a thing. Native warrior cultures were at least North American native warrior cultures were a little bit kinder, but they're also kept in more mystery because they slightly still exist. So who knows what kind of history they really. Just because also they were all verbal, fucking history telling. They're all stories. They're not
Yeah, I
written in
heard
stone or anything.
it said like Xerxes when he was on his way to become king. One of the tests he had to undertake was that they released a tiger in the courtyard with him when he didn't know, and he would just have to survive being in the same room with the tiger.
With the tiger, fucking A. No, thank you. That's the biggest cat we got on this planet.
Like if the tiger got him, then he wasn't going to be much of a ruler.
I mean, at that point, just have the tiger rule you, right?
Wow.
More powerful, go worship your tiger god.
Wow. Wow. Ready to call it a night, Cody?
I think so. We're about there. It's 12:30 where I am, and I'm not sure where you
man,
are, but
it's 1:21 here.
there you go. So.
Alrighty, Cody.
Yeah, it's a good chat, man. Thank you for showing up. Gave this more of a point, and
Good
I
good
appreciated it.
ramblings.
Exactly, and I appreciate the
Late
company.
night ramblings into the wee hours.
Yeah, why not? I got nothing. I did my job today, so tomorrow I don't think I have much. So I'll be around. Eventually, I'll have to do a couple more. I'll try to get through that Ghost Rider a little bit more. That's a janky game, but fun enough. See if I could actually beat that rough game. And
Yeah.
so that's more content on here. Besides that, I don't know. I'm reaching out for Jack 3. I have nothing mesmerizing has kicked up. Oh, I think tomorrow or today, I guess, later today, I have a morning podcast with somebody. See how that goes. But
Okay. What
Thursday
time
I have El Crudo on his thing. That'll be interesting.
Crudo?
El Crudo.
Oh yeah, El Crudo.
Yeah, he started doing a podcast himself called Thirsty
Okay.
Thursday. So
Thirsty
I'm gonna try
Thursday.
that. Yeah, I'll try that. I think Thursday night Jack ends, but I'm not so sure. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm hoping I can kick something up. I am, but
What
who
time does
knows?
Steve usually have the flight done?
God, if I know. Honestly,
No
it's
timetable?
he can do things really quickly sometimes, and
Okay.
other times it's silence for a week, and then there's something all of a sudden. So
Alright, then it's a schedule thing.
I'm thinking so, and I think he had he's got a couple other clients, luckily,
Well,
at the
yeah, I did
moment.
tell him there was no deadline for the Coyote stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, I told him whenever, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah, we'll see. I know he appreciates the work that much, because I know he just did. He colored a. Oh God, what was the? I can't remember the name of the comic, but the artist he just started advertising his book and such relatively recently. It just got funded. He colored a piece of the Megazord for Power Rangers recently. I saw it was a pretty good
Cool.
little piece. Um, and I think he was working with the guy who does Slaughter Squad, and I think that's about to relaunch. So
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah. So I don't. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm glad he's getting work. I'll tell you that much. And what was it? I showed you that page 7 preview from Maxie. So Maxie's still plugging along, which is great.
That's pretty cool.
So we'll see how
Was
we
that
go.
page 6 you said?
Page 7. That the
Page
one
7.
with
Wow,
the deer
that's a lot of
being.
pages already.
Yeah, he wanted to work on it, and I wasn't gonna tell him no if he wants to. We're gonna get
Yeah.
it funded one way or another at some point, and he was fine with that, is what he
One
said.
page at a
So
time, if you must.
yeah, exactly. So we're getting there. 7 pages in. We're just broke through the first scene.
If the
Into the
world
bar.
doesn't end tomorrow, Cody, we'll get it funded.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. One way or another. That's just gonna take time. I don't think the world's gonna end. With the virus bit, it ain't gonna end. It would have already. If it was that kind of virus, if it was something that was gonna kill everybody, it's gonna move quick. This ain't moving that quick. But if it's a nuclear weapon, that's a whole other thing. And so far, no matter how crazy the people in power have been, they still haven't been that crazy. And what it's been 80 years at this point almost that we've had that ability. So hopefully humanity doesn't get too stupid over the next couple of generations.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, we'll see. Everybody, be interesting. We could get somebody in there, madman who wants to press that button, but that's a madman, really. If one goes off, the whole planet at this goes as far as I know. As long as it's not just a test. But we haven't tested a nuclear weapon either. Was it just the North Koreans underground? I believe the Chinese underground, the French underground. But
the last U.S. tests that are in public record were from the 90s.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
92 or something. Last nuclear test.
Yeah, after we stopped dropping them around Las Vegas.
Obviously. of course, there's been more that it has not been, we've not
Oh,
been allowed to see.
yeah. Well, and then the other bit too. It was aliens, bro. Aliens are stopping them from blowing up. I've seen that plenty. Like a few times that allegedly they've stopped nuclear war by taking them
I know
back.
that one. I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's one of like something landing on a U.S. base in Europe, and it was a nuclear base, and
Yeah.
the NATO soldier or the U.S. soldier on duties, like all the weapons were not functioning.
Yeah. I think I've heard
Yeah,
that one too. I remember that.
I saw it on
They
the
stopped
History
working.
Channel. It was like a reenactment.
Yeah. The History Channel. This is Possible
back
History Channel.
back when it used to be History Channel.
Yeah. And now it's Ancient Aliens the channel. No, I don't know. I haven't seen History Channel for a while. Uh, I know Vikings is on there. That was fine. It was a drama, but it had some decent history. And Ancient Aliens is entertaining, if nothing else, because there's some kind of neat little weird things.
There's a channel called Quest,
Oh, is there?
and it's kind of like the old History Channel. It's showing like
Interesting.
modern marvels,
Oh, okay.
and
Yeah.
it's fun. It's crazy because like I'm watching stuff I used to watch when I was like in 2003 or 4.
Yeah,
They're
totally.
all like, and they're all like, oh, and it wouldn't be ready until 2014. I'm all like, oh man, that was like a long time ago.
So it was
That
ready
means
6 years ago,
that
huh?
means it's done. I'm like, oh, I guess it's done already.
Yeah, what was it? I was watching something where they were trying to make lenses for giant telescopes, and how long it takes to get those polished and actually formed and shit. And some of them do take like a fucking couple years to cure. So
Wow.
yeah, whatever process they do to get that maximum ultra reflectiveness, so it can really get high detail. Yeah, that's a engineering's a hell of a thing. I definitely did not have the
Oh yeah.
That's a hell of a
I
thing.
try to get into planetary science. I was I was looking hard for a university nearby that had the degree,
Oh, that'll do it.
and I was like, screw it, I'll just learn it for fun and then join the army. And
There you go. That's a
the
plot.
community college didn't help me join the army that good. It kind of screwed up my chances.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. The army does a lot of good for some people, but a lot of others it may not, and the price may not be worth it. But some it is, some it does. Some it does a lot of good. Some it saves lives, but others it breaks them. So you definitely make sure you want to get in if you're gonna. I I would have a hard time pulling the trigger on somebody else, specifically if I'm just being
Oh,
told to do it and I don't actually have a direct reason to do it.
oh, yeah. That was back then. That was back then when I was like a little, gun ho. Like, yeah, 9/11,
Yeah, a lot of
Iraq,
people.
Al Qaeda.
Yeah, I mean a lot of people did
Let's
that. That's
beat them up.
true. That's true, and the fuckers
I've
in their own
changed.
way deserved it, but
I've come a
not
long
this
way from that.
not 20 years later of it deserved it. But yeah. Yeah, no, I was, God, what was I, 10? I had a broken arm around 9/11, and I had a doctor's appointment that morning to go get the cast checked out or whatever, see if my arm was ready to come out. That was a weird morning. Remember waking up and seeing that shit. Almost everybody saw it. Everybody fucking got it broadcasted one way or another. After the first plane hit, the second one, it was just enough time for all of America to wake up, see, and look at it.
I
Take
didn't
that
even know what
second plane. So
I
that
didn't even
was.
know what the Twin Towers were.
Oh, I didn't either. I had no idea. My mom did. She lived in New York for a long time and worked in the garment industry and made quite a few bucks. And so,
Everybody's like,
buying
oh,
stuff
it
through
was.
China and shit. You used to go through the World Trade Center.
Everybody's like, oh, it was a propeller plane that hit it. And I was like, oh, and then like later in the day, they're all like, war, we're going to war. And I was like, oh, I guess we're going to war now, like for whatever happened. and then I didn't know the extent of what happened
Yeah,
on that day for like 2 years or 3 years. I was like, oh, that's what happened. Oh man.
yeah. It was a hell of a thing. But anyway, we were trying to call it. We did just hit a half-hour mark, so it's a good time.
Yeah.
Hope
Alrighty.
you sleep well. Take care, brother, and I'll talk to you again here soon. And I hope you folks, if you watch this later, get this far somehow, find it interesting. Please comment down below, like or subscribe, and make sure you share our content so we can continue to do more. Because I don't think I'm going anywhere. It's just you folks can make it easier for us to get some very cool, very amazing things done. Every little bit, even the free stuff that just takes your time and a little bit of effort, can make a massive difference for us down the line. So this has been me, Cody Fernandez, with IronVerse Comics, and also my good buddy and co-editor, Dollar Coins.
Ka-ching.
Ka-ching. I hope you folks take care and have a wonderful whatever time it is that you are viewing this. Take care, folks.